2022 서울 과학기술 포럼을 찾아주신 귀빈 여러분 안녕하십니까? 저는 오늘 진행을 맡은 최지입니다. Welcome to 2022 Seoul Science and Technology Forum. My name is Ji-hee Choi and I'm very honored to be your host for today. 지금 현재 온라인 중계로도 많은 분들께서 함께 해주고 계신데요. 진심으로 감사의 말씀 드립니다. We're now streaming the forum online on the NST's YouTube channel in English and Korean. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank all of you once again for joining us today. 네, 그럼 시작하기에 앞서 먼저 이태원 사고의 묵념으로 애도하는 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다. 모두 자리에서 일어나 주시기 바랍니다. Before we begin, let us have a moment of silence for the accident that occurred in Itaewon. I would like to ask all of you to stand up. 묵념, moment of silence. 네, 감사합니다. 모두 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. You may all take your seats now. 네, 그럼 이어서 행사를 시작해 보도록 하겠습니다. Now we will begin the forum. For 2022, the Seoul S&T Forum will explore the future of S&T shaped by AI under the theme AI's role in the future transformation of science and technology. This year's forum will provide domestic policymakers, researchers, and international specialists with an opportunity to exchange knowledge, share experiences, and discuss future strategies for advancing scientific research in the post-COVID-19 era. The event will feature 2 plenary speeches, 6 presentations, and 2 panel discussions divided across 2 different sessions. Each session will consist of 3 presentations and a panel discussion, with the theme for session 1 being balancing opportunities and challenges in the era of artificial intelligence. And session 2 will deal with the topic of AI and the new sciences. We look forward to your active participation and hope you find today's event productive and enjoyable. Now, to start the 2022 Seoul S&T Forum, I'm delighted to first of all welcome Dr. Bok-cheol Kim to deliver his opening remarks. Dr. Kim is the chairperson of the National Research Council of Science and Technology. Please give him a warm round of applause.
Good morning. My name is Bok-cheol Kim, Chairperson of National Research Council of Science and Technology. Well, first of all, there was a huge accident in Seoul a couple of days ago, and we are all have a heavy heart. So I express my deepest condolences to all the families who have been affected. It is a great pleasure to be hosting the 9th Seoul S&T Forum, which is a venue to prepare for the future. I would first like to thank Director General Sung-min Kwon of Ministry of Science and ICT for joining us today despite his busy schedule, and Professor Marshall Ebert and Professor In-so Kwon for their keynote speeches, and all the other internal and external experts for being here today. I convey my special appreciation to all the people who arranged this event, including President Seok Jin-yoon of Korea Institute of Science and Technology and President Mi-ok Moon of Science and Technology Policy Institute. The theme of the 9th S&T Forum is AI, artificial intelligence. Well, personally, I think the 21st century will be the era of AI. So Google DeepMind challenge match between Lee Se-dol and AlphaGo was held only 6 years ago. An undisputably invincible human being lost against a machine, and the presence of the artificial intelligence was deeply engraved in people's minds for the first time. And that was only 6 years ago. only after 6 years, AlphaGo is already an old technology. DeepMind that developed AlphaGo, then developed AlphaGo Zero, and then developed and opened up the source of AlphaFold in 2018 that predicts a protein's 3D structure from its amino acid sequence. And the source is open, as I mentioned. Likewise, AI is now applied to all areas and is fundamentally changing people's lives and industries. And AI technologies and the ability to utilize these technologies is spreading beyond the scope of an individual or a company and is becoming the core of global competition over digital hegemony that also affects a country's overall competitiveness. Already, artificial intelligence has surpassed the human intelligence in many specific areas, and a new world is being formulated using AI. But we do not know yet whether the future of AI will be good or bad for us ultimately. And the S&T Forum that is being held with the theme of AI's role in the future transformation of science and technology will be truly insightful for us living in the age of digital transformation. Once ASI, artificial superintelligence, once ASI surpasses the aggregate intelligence of all humanity, it may contribute to solving those issues people could not solve, such as famine, climate change, space exploration, and indefinite extension of human lives. So it's going to make a lot of contributions in many areas. However, without thorough preparation and actions in place, the future may become a dystopia. So National Research Council of Science and Technology will also take note of what will be discussed today regarding artificial intelligence. And the researchers of the 25 research institutes, I'm sure, will further develop the technology and contribute in making this a useful technology for the future. Thank you.
Today's forum. Please give Dr. Kim another round of applause. Next, let's please welcome Dr. Seok-jin Yoon, President of the Korea Institute of Science and Technology, as he shares his welcoming remarks. Please give him a big round.
Good morning. I am Seok-jin Yoon, President of Korea Institute of Science and Technology. Well, yesterday, or from the day before, there was an unexpected accident in Itaewon, and I express my deepest condolences to all those people who have passed. So this is the 9th S&T Forum, and the theme is AI. So AI, the living AI, I hope AI becomes a living technology that predicts the future, because I think AI is very much needed at times like this, so that we could prepare for any incidents or accidents or environment. I hope AI could contribute in the future for those purposes too. So I sincerely welcome you all for joining us for the 9th Seoul S&T Forum. I would like to extend my special gratitude to Chairperson Bok-cheol Kim of National Research Council of Science and Technology Director General Seok Min-kwon of Ministry of Science and ICT, and all the participants who are with us here and joining us via YouTube. Thank you all. And thank you also President Mi-ok Moon of Science and Technology Policy Institute for co-hosting today's event. This year marks the 13th year of the Seoul S&T Forum. It was first created as a venue for global R&D policy networking after the 2010 G20 summit held in Seoul, and has been focusing on solving pan-global issues through science technology. Distinguished guests, are you aware that artificial intelligence that has been selected as the #1 technology that will change the future of Korea in a national survey conducted by the Korean Intellectual Property Office in May? It shows that AI is not merely a technology, but is expected to lead the paradigm shift in all areas of our society. Accordingly, we chose AI's role in the future transformation of science and technology as the theme of this year's Seoul S&T Forum, so as to discuss the impact of AI in the development of science technology and how science technology and our lives will change due to artificial intelligence. We are currently undergoing unprecedented and profoundly fundamental and rapid change. The development of AI is affecting everything from the industry structure to how we work, from the landscape of global competition for technological hegemony to ethical values and principles. Such new wave of change also applies to the R&D sites. Like Steve Jobs, who started a new wave of change with his smartphone, AI will dismantle the boundaries of traditional common sense and bias and make technological innovation that could only be imagined a reality. Through this process, science technology will go through a quantum leap. At this point of grand transformation, where AI will shake the future of science and technology, industries, and human being, our joining here today to discuss the possibilities and the limits of AI will be meaningful not only to researchers, but also to policymakers and experts. Distinguished guests, we have invited experts from home and abroad to discuss the present and the future of R&D using AI, and the impact of AI on the overall society and the response measures. As valuable an opportunity this is, with the participation of the masterminds, please kindly share your wisdom and experience so that this forum can guide Korea into the future led by artificial intelligence development. Thank you again for being here today despite your busy schedules. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your warm remarks, Dr. Yoon. Now, I'm delighted to invite Dr. Mi-ok Moon, President of the Science and Technology Policy Institute, to give her welcoming remarks. Please join me in welcoming President Mi-ok Moon. Please give her a big hand.
Nice to meet you, everyone. First of all, I would like to extend my deepest condolences to what happened in Itaewon. And I would also like to thank Director General Kwon Sung-min of the Ministry of Science and ICT. And I would also like to thank Chairperson Kim Bok-chul of the National Research Council of Science and Technology, and distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen for attending today's event despite your busy schedules. As Mr. Yoon also mentioned, it's been more than a decade that the Seoul S&T Forum has been serving as a venue to discuss important research and development matters, as well as policy issues regarding the field of science and technology. Especially science and technology, together with natural science and humanities and social sciences, we've been promoting the balanced development, including technologies and policies. So regarding AI, since the launch of the S&T Forum a decade ago, we have seen tremendous changes taking place in the world that we live in. With the innovation of technologies in the era of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, the pace of change will accelerate even more. In this regard, artificial intelligence will play a pivotal role in driving the Fourth Industrial Revolution, and we should be prepared. So since the concept was first introduced in the 1950s, the field of AI has been growing remarkably after going through 2 rounds of booms and 2 seasons of winter. And which means after the 2 rounds of booms and 2 seasons, currently the AI technology is changing the entire landscape of technology, industry, and labor being applied to various industries. This is what we forecast. And AI is also making our lives more convenient, not being limited by time and space. It's also serving as AI secretaries and chatbots. So it has become one of the most important technologies. And moving forward, AI will not only provide convenience, but will fundamentally change the way we live and contribute to the development of human society. Actually, before the first industrial revolution, humanity was busy finding ways to survive, and then a series of industrial revolutions followed afterwards. So we've seen the development of technology, so we have to think about how can AI change the way we live. So when I looked at the statistical figures, before the Industrial Revolution, more than 90% of people were living below the poverty line. And then the first, second, and third Industrial Revolution followed. And then, since then, more than 75% of humanity, they were able to get out of poverty and they became more affluent and they were able to live better lives and having better infrastructure and environment with better technologies. But then, technologies such as AI, I believe that we also have some fear about AI. So we will also be discussing today that maybe AI can also take away our work. So that is the vague fear that we have. So I believe that instead of having just this vague fear, we should think that AI can help us strike balance between work and life. So that should be the way we should be thinking about AI. So that is my idea. AI is not a technology that will be better than humans, but it will be something that will make up for humans' incompleteness and instability and add more reliability to our judgments and behaviors, and eventually reduce the amount of time we spend for working and also become a very critical partner for us. Because as you know, we've been spending a lot of time working, but if we utilize AI technologies very well, then we will be able to manage our time better and we will have higher values for living, and it will play an important role for us. So I believe it will play a positive role. And this is, I believe, the power that drives people working for these technologies. And more connected technologies will be emerging through AI. So in this forum, the reason why we will be talking about AI, it's because we will be thinking about our own development, our innovation, and the things that we have to focus on through AI. So that should be the focus of today's forum. Of course, there are also threats that affect our lives through AI. For instance, technological advancement gives us convenience, but then behind environmental pollution, there's also carbon emissions. So this is all because of mass production and mass consumption of the industrial revolutions. So it's not that the AI will not only show us a rosy future, but also there will be some dystopia, some negative scenarios that can accompany AI. So these are the things that we have to discuss about. For instance, autonomous driving cars have AI technologies, and so there could be some legal issues about autonomous driving. And until now, so this will be a totally different level of discussion that we will have to go through when it comes to autonomous driving. And not only AI, but as technology advances, there will be other potential threats. So we need to minimize those threats, but maximize the benefits that humans can enjoy. And these discussions will not only be done within Korea, but I believe that the international society has been working hard to establish AI-related regulations, policies, and they have also announced joint statements. And in the era of AI, there are rights that humans will have to enjoy. And for instance, other countries are also announcing the AI Bill of Rights. And also, some are also coming up with some regulatory framework. And because we have also the Ministry of Science and ICT here with us today, we will be talking about that as well. And as I've mentioned, AI technologies will have to be developed to be more useful and beneficial to humanity. So there should be discussions and efforts made at the international level and national level where all scientists and all related people can join the discussions, especially in US and Europe and in Singapore. From many countries, we have invited distinguished experts to this forum to listen to their insights and ideas. And I hope that these discussions will help us so that this will serve as a meaningful event. And in this new era of AI, that if AI will flourish, then our lives can also flourish as well. And I hope that today's discussions will be successful. Once again, I would like to thank all of you for taking part. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Moon, for your warm remarks. And now I'm pleased to invite Dr. Sungmin Kwon, Director General of S&T Commercialization and the Job Creation Policy Bureau at the Ministry of Science and ICT, to give his congratulatory remarks. Please give Dr. Kwon a big round of applause.
Nice to meet you, everyone. I am Kwon Sung-min. So before I would like to make my remarks, I would like to also express my deepest condolences for the accident that happened in Itaewon over the weekend. Chairperson Bok Chul-kim of the National Research Council of Science and Technology, President Seok-jin Yoon of the Korea Institute of Science and Technology, President Mi-ok Moon of the Science and Technology Policy Institute, and distinguished guests and speakers who have come to today's meaningful event despite your busy schedules. A warm welcome to you all. I would like to sincerely congratulate the 2022 Seoul S&T Forum for being held for 9 years. Digital transformation was accelerated due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and humanity encountered major changes, of which AI is the champion in this wind of change. AI is a leading technology in the era of the fourth industrial revolution that will be more than just changing our daily lives and advancing industries, but will bring innovation to our future in the areas of economy, society, and culture, and many more. To prepare for the digital era, the South Korean government announced last September the South Korea Digital Strategy, which holds the blueprint of our future. We will invest heavily with the goal to secure technology excellence in 6 digital innovative technologies that include AI, quantum technology, 5G, 6G, and metaverse. Also, by using digital technologies, we plan to substantially strengthen competitiveness of the service industry and transition the manufacturing industry into a future-oriented one. Also, by supporting the digitalization efforts of research institutions, research data will be accumulated and used according to each of the institution's strong points. And we will also help researchers to enhance research efficiency by applying AI technologies in their specialty areas. Distinguished guests, I would like to once again congratulate the 2022 Seoul S&T Forum for being held today and would like to ask all of you to actively share your insights and wisdom so that these can become the foundation of South Korea's AI research and development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kwon, for your warm remarks. Before we move on, we would like to take a moment to take a group photo. I'd like to ask all the VIPs and speakers to come up to the stage. Meanwhile, our YouTube audience, we've prepared a video on our organizing institutions that made today's forum possible. Could the VIPs please approach the stage for a group photo? And now let us begin the plenary session. We have a special guest joining us from the United States. Professor Marshall Ebech is the Dean and Professor at the Robotics Institute School of Computer Science of Carnegie Mellon University. Professor Ebech will take us through an insightful plenary session about the topic Current Approaches to Some Key AI Challenges. Please welcome Professor Ebech with a big round of applause.
Much, and thank you for the opportunity to speak at this conference. Let's see here if this works. Yes, wonderful. I'm going to talk to you about some of the research that we do at the School of Computer Science at Carnegie Mellon across 7 departments covering basically all of the aspects of AI with a very broad definition of AI, from computer systems to machine learning to human-computer interaction, and even all the way to computational biology. And I'm going to go through a few of the big issues that we look at and illustrate them through some examples from our current research. So let me start with the first class of issue, if you will, that has to do with data. And the first problem that we look at is one of the key limitations of most learning systems in operation and many AI systems, which is that a lot of the progress that we have made in this field in the last few years, tremendous progress, depends on the availability of massive amount of data. And not only massive amount of data, a massive amount of supervised data, curated data. This is a slightly older example, but it's still relevant. This is an example from computer vision, which illustrates the problem. Somebody has to collect data, but somebody has to prepare that data, has to annotate it, and so forth. This is not sustainable. This is not scalable in many applications. For example, applications that require frequent adaptations to new conditions and so forth. So one of the big area of research and the big obstacles and challenge in deploying AI is to be able to do training and adaptation for minimal amount of data and for minimal amount of supervision. Let me show you 2 examples of this from our recent work. This is an example here from video analysis for safe driving, and the idea here, of course, is that you want to understand those kind of videos in terms of moving objects, detection, and so forth. But of course, you don't have the luxury to annotate millions of images, millions of videos to do that and retrain the system. You want to do that in a completely unsupervised or self-supervised manner. Now, there are techniques that were developed to do this, but initially they work on very toyish video. This is an example from earlier work that shows basically self-supervised, unsupervised approach to do those kind of segmentation work. The question is how to extend this to real-world examples with this kind of video in the context of driving. So to be able to do this, we need to use additional information, for example, information from motion in this particular case, to be able to do this training based on a reconstruction task with minimal data, in this case, entirely unsupervised. And this is the kind of result that we get. Those are videos, I don't know if you can play them, but basically showing the comparison between the earlier state of the art on those unsupervised techniques and what we can do now, thank you, what we can do now for the prediction. So this is one example of what we mean by being able to train systems like this entirely unsupervised or self-supervised rather. This is another way to do this. I don't know, yeah. Another way to do this is to generate data or hallucinate data. We don't have enough data to train directly, so we create new data. This is a slightly technical example here also from recent work. Imagine that you start with an initial set of training data. You use example from that set of training data to generate completely new examples. Those are artificial examples that are generated, and you now augment the initial training data that you had with those hallucinated examples and train the system based on this augmented training set. The interesting thing is that you can actually close the loop and train the system to generate the most useful example for the training at hand. Okay? So this is another direction, creating new data. Those are just two examples, the point being that a key direction of work is this, reducing the data. Another aspect of data is that it's actually very important to understand where the data comes from. That seems like an obvious statement, but it's sometimes completely overlooked, right? The tendency is great to just take data, whether it's image, numbers, vectors, whatever it is, and feed it to a standard machine learning tool. The problem is it's very important to understand how the data was created, where it comes from, and what its peculiarities are. Let me show you an example from work from Professor Nirasha at CMU, looking specifically at human-generated evaluation data. This is the kind of data that you get in peer review, in product rating, in healthcare, answering questionnaires in healthcare, peer grading, for those of you who are in academia, paper reviews, things like that. In other words, all those things that come from people entering data rating evaluation. The point about this kind of data is that it is inherently subjective, right? By definition, those are people entering it. It's very noisy. It's biased inherently because we are biased, all of us. It has major privacy issues as well. And sometimes it can be deliberately misleading or deliberately fraudulent. So the basic question is how to model those effects, how to model the fact, how can I say, this qualitative fact about the data that it comes from human generation and has all those subjective property. How to mathematically model this with some form of guarantee in the training. I'll let you look at this offline if you're interested, but the point is, the message here is that it's actually important before deploying any machine learning architecture to understand the structure of the data and where the data comes from. A last point about data is we've been very successful in developing techniques, deep learning, etc. The next speaker will talk deeply about deep learning, no pun intended. But those techniques are essentially statistical techniques. They look at data essentially as a bunch of points, a bunch of data on which computation is done. The problem with that is that it's very difficult to incorporate symbolic information, symbolic knowledge. For example, knowledge about the general knowledge about the environment, about the task that we're trying to achieve, and so forth. So this is another major area of work in the data space. Okay, the second big thread that I want to talk about is performance. What I mean by performance here first is how well does the system work. Now that sounds like an obvious, an obvious answer. Well, for example, if you have an object detection system in computer vision, well, performance is how well it detects the object in the image. That sounds like an obvious thing. Well, in fact, it's not that obvious. Okay, this is an example. This is an example here. Say you want to segment this image. This is again in the context of computer vision for, say, self-driving. Let's say you want to segment this image. You're going to have very different results depending on the conditions in which this image is observed. In some cases, on the right, it works well, kind of. In some cases, on the left, it fails completely. And the reason why it fails completely is because the observation conditions are very far from what the system is able to handle. How do you know that? How does the system itself knows that it is now in a situation where it cannot perform properly? This is critical for things like self-driving, for example. The vision system has to know that it is now in a condition where the output that it produces cannot be relied on. This has various different names: introspection, self-evaluation, etc., etc. And this is an example here from our own work. This is from an autonomous drone flying with a single camera. So what you see on the left is the view from the camera, the reconstructed depths from that single camera, and the paths that are planned based on that observation. So this is a basic autonomous flying system. The problem, of course, is that if something goes wrong with that vision system, this will end up in catastrophic failure. Can the system anticipate that? Can the system self-evaluate itself to figure out when it is in a difficult situation? So I'm not going to go into the details of this, I don't have time, but let's just say that we can train the system to learn features from the input that are going to be indicative of the performance of the system. In other words, it's able to evaluate its own environment to anticipate the performance of the system. And the way it does that is to basically do training on ground truth to be able to do this. So this is what it can do here. What you see on the right is a scale. Low means that the system is very confident. It thinks it's in an environment where its vision system can perform well. And as soon as the scale goes up, as it is doing now, the system detects that it is now in a regime where its own vision system cannot work properly. It then takes action, it slows down, it hovers, it tries to find a location where now the input seems to be more reliable and seems to be more in line with the performance of the vision system. So that's what I mean by this idea of being able to evaluate its own performance. Okay, so that's one aspect of performance. Another aspect is robustness of the system with respect to changes, and this is an example here that, of course, the kind of thing very famous that you may have seen in many publications in different ways, which is that with current approaches, deep learning approaches, we can run into those bizarre problems where random perturbation of the input, like this one, adding some noise to an image, create drastic changes to the output. In this case, the label is completely changed to a completely new label. And obviously, we don't want that, right? This can lead to catastrophic failures. And of course, the problem is that this can happen with invisible changes to the input, right? That's a very well-known fact. This has different names to it: adversarial attacks, stability of the learning system, distribution shift. Also, this can instead of random noise, this can be a shift in the distribution of data. So this is another thing that needs to be addressed. This is one example here from Professor Zico Coulter that illustrates some of the things that can be done there. This is very recent result. So this is an illustration of why this happens. This is a very simplified view of why this happens. If you think of this system as a classifier with two classes, there's a boundary between those two classes that's illustrated here. And what happens is that sometimes that boundary intuitively is very jagged. Okay, and if you have a point like this dot here that is close to that jagged point, it's going to be very unstable. Any small noise that's added to this point is going to lead to incorrect classification. So the solution intuitively is to smooth that boundary, right? That will make the system more resilient and more robust. So you can ignore the math that I unfortunately left on the slide, but the basic idea is to say, instead of classifying that point just based on the output of the classifier, I'm going to look at the output of the classifier around it a little bit. And I'm going to take the majority of that. And the effect of that is to smooth that boundary. And one can show dramatic increase in the robustness and basically going a long way toward eliminating that effect of instability that is very problematic. Okay, so I talked to you about data. I talked to you about the issues of evaluating performance. But when we talk about performance, this is based on an objective. As I said earlier, if you have a vision system that, for example, does this kind of segmentation, the objective, the loss function, the objective that you optimize, in this case, for example, is to minimize the number of pixels that are mislabeled, right? You want to essentially implicitly, you're trying to label every pixel in the image correctly. Now that sounds like an obvious thing, right? That's what you would want to do, yes? Right? You want to try to label everything in the image, every pixel in the image correctly. That sounds fine. Except if you think about it, what actual application requires every pixel in the image to be labeled correctly? None. Right? If you look at driving, the system really doesn't care that every pixel in the image is labeled correctly. So in other words, we're using the wrong evaluation metric, we're using the wrong objective in the machine learning system, okay? And we're using one that is probably much, much harder than what we need for the overall system. So this concept of defining the objective of the learning system, the AI system, that we optimize for, is not nearly as obvious as it seems. And in fact, there's a lot of work that needs to be done in how to understand, how to define those objectives. So let me go back to my example of that drone flying through the woods, right? We could say, well, I have this drone flying through the woods, so I'm going to reconstruct the 3D space, right? And my objective is going to be how accurately that 3D space is reconstructed, okay? So I'm going to try really hard to reconstruct the 3D space. And my objective there is going to be the metric error, right? But if you think about it, do I really care if the error is 1 millimeter versus 2 millimeter? No, I don't care. The only thing I care about is that the evaluation of my trajectories is correct and leads to safe trajectories, which is a much easier objective to optimize. That's what I mean by choosing the right objective. And that's something that is really hard to do. It's relatively easy to do in some robotics examples like this. It is very hard to do in much more elaborate, complex interaction example, like this one on the right, where now we have a complex interaction with an AI system, in this case, this little robot, which cannot be quantified simply as it successfully drives or it does not. Okay? So defining the overall objective in this case is very difficult. Another aspect of defining the objective is that we need to do this in a way that has no bad side effect on the output. Right? So let me explain this a little bit more. The image you see on the left is a very classical example that is used in reinforcement learning. It's an inverted pendulum, right? Everybody has seen that in one place or another, right? That's a classical thing to use in things like reinforcement learning to study those systems. Now, in this case, the objective has to do with how many times the pendulum falls, how far the thing drives, and so forth. So it's easy to define the objective function. But now, when you get to real system on the right, it's not so easy, because now you're going to have side effect as to how the output of the system is going to affect people. Okay, and those are very well-known example, unfair biases in policing, for example, AI for policing, media manipulation, things like this. Even in self-driving now, by using again the wrong objective, we can that can lead to undesirable effect. This is another example here. This is from a famous work from Professor Thomas Sandhol from some years ago on kidney exchange. And there the problem is to figure out the following problem, right? You have a bunch of donors, kidney donors, you have a bunch of potential recipients on the list, and of course you have to optimize the matching between the two. What objective do you use? Do you take into account life expectancy? Do you take into account the family situation of the recipient, and so forth? How do you define that objective that you optimize for? All right? You can see what I mean now when I said it is much harder than just counting pixel in an image or counting detection. Right? That's the message here. Now, of course, we need to understand the impact of AI system. As I just said, it has a direct impact on people that goes much further than just a numerical objective or numerical loss function. So let me just mention in passing what we try to do here. And the basic idea, and this is work primarily by our Responsible AI initiative led by Professor Hoda Hedari. And the idea here is to not just look at bias in the data or just on the output, but to look at the entire architecture throughout the entire machine learning system to figure out where we have cases of effect of issues of bias or fairness and things like that. Let me show you a little bit more on the issue of unfairness specifically. So the main problem here is that defining unfairness is a little bit difficult, just like defining the objective of a learning system is difficult. There are many different definitions of unfairness. It helps in particular to look at the literature in economy and the economic definition of unfairness. There are many different definitions of this, and you can take those definitions and try to apply them now to AI systems. So that's the first thing, and you have some references here. The second thing is to have a script or a rubric that will help us analyze the system to decide and to identify potential unfairness and bias. And again, the message here is that this is not a single point. This has to look at the entire system, from the data, from the source of the data, to the exact architecture that is used, the structure of the classifier, all the way to the objective, as I just explained. So this is basically what we're trying to do, and the key challenge in dealing with responsible AI. This is an example here of a way to do this. This is an approach in which bias is actually injected deliberately in the data, different types of bias. okay, to look at the effect of that on the performance of the system, and to look at that at each stage of the system. So to make a small analogy, for those of you who are control people, control theory people, you know, there is this idea of inputting noise to the system to understand the behavior of the system. This is the same idea here. Instead of inputting noise, we input bias in the system and look at the effect and facilitate the analysis like this. So the message here is the objective function or the loss function or whatever you want to call it that you optimize for is important. Don't think it's obvious what you should use. Second, its impact is important. And third, one should look at the entire system to analyze the side effect of the system. Okay, so we talked about AI system in isolation as a one isolated system. In reality, AI systems are going to interact. They're going to interact with people, and they're going to interact with each other. So let's look at that for a second. First, let me talk about interaction with people. The key thing that we need to look at in interaction with people, I'll show you a couple of examples of this, is this idea of understanding people's behavior, and in particular, being able to predict people's behavior. Let me give you a very simple example. If I move my hand in this direction, you would anticipate that I'm going to grasp this microphone. Right? That is obvious to everybody. The reason that is obvious is because you have a very elaborate theory in your head of how people behave. How can we duplicate that computationally? How can we have AI systems that correctly forecast and predict what people can do? This is complicated by the fact that there's not a single solution. If I move my hand this way, I may grab this bottle or I may grab this microphone. How do you represent those multiple alternatives? That is a major challenge that is necessary to address to have AI system properly interacting with people. This is an example here from well, this is what I mean here. For example, if you look at this person about to cross the street, it's very unlikely that she's going to turn right. It's very likely that she's going to go straight, and it's really unlikely that she's going to be diagonal across, at least in Korea. It's more common in the US. But how can you predict those things? How can you have a computational model of those interactions? This is an example from very recent work from KIST, which there we go. All right. So here what it does is that the system sees only from the point of view of the person a very short snippet of video. And from that, it predicts what is likely to happen next. The big one is the major prediction. The other two are two other alternatives of what might happen in the future. Okay? So this is what I mean by forecasting, and it is forecasting at a detailed level of motion. If you can do this kind of thing, you can now have AI systems that can forecast, that can understand the intent, and interact properly with people. Now, of course, this was one person. This would help with one interaction with one person. In reality, of course, we have to deal with a much more crowded space. We might interact with a very large number of agents. And this is an example here, also from Chris Kitani's work. The lines that you see here are trajectories that are predicted. In other words, it predicts what this person is going to do in the future. Now, this sounds like hopefully it's going to play again from the beginning here. Can you play it again from the beginning? Now, it sounds like a simple example, but in fact, it's very hard because of this interaction between people. And the basic idea here is that the way this person moves, or is going to move, depends on the way that everybody else is moving. But the way everybody else is moving depends on how this person moves. Okay? So this is a giant, you can think of it as a giant game theory problem, and in fact it is solved by a technique in game theory called fictitious play. The point is that we need those new techniques to do this forecasting. I showed you a couple of examples of this. Now, this was AI systems interacting with humans. Okay. The other problem is AI systems interacting with each other. Okay, so this is a very simple, kind of naive view of what an AI system interacting with other AI system would look like. What's called an agent sometimes, right? So it gets some input from its environment and it decides to take some action based on some optimization thing. Now, a number of really bad things can happen. This is a kind of a cartoon example of what happens between two cars using this kind of reasoning, okay? Where they basically kind of up-one each other in this kind of interaction. Now, it's kind of funny when you look at cars or when you look at two robots crossing each other in a hallway. It's not so funny when you look at self-driving car, and it's really not funny when you look at military application of the technology. Okay, so how to avoid this? How to design interaction system that can avoid that? And by the way, those examples are from our Foundation of Cooperative AI, which precisely looks at those foundation of game theory, combining with the current deep learning approaches to address those issues. This is another example here. This is an example from the stock market. This was the 2010, I think. Stock market crash, and what happened there is that those automated trading agents basically starting to fight against each other in a way that make them sell at the same time. Basically, the market crashed within 7 minutes because of those interactions. So those things actually happen in the real world. This is a more abstract example, but it illustrates a common problem. If you imagine two agents that have a number of possible alternatives, think of the vertical and the horizontal axis here being the list of possible alternatives that those agents have to choose, each with an outcome for both of them. It is unfortunately the case that quite often the optimal choice for those two agents is the one on the bottom left that gives them the worst possible outcome for both of them, okay? So in other words, even though everything seems rational, it seems mathematically to be the correct optimization, the outcome is actually the worst outcome for both of them. So those are the kind of things that we need to look at when we talk about interactions. Okay, finally, let me say a few words about the system aspects. Okay, we talked about the data, we talked about this understanding performance, we talked about the objective and its impact and how to understand the impact. And we talked about the interaction when we have multiple agents. Let me talk about a little bit the systems aspect. And by systems, what I mean is that we now need to have those systems, and in this case I'm looking at machine learning systems, that are actually implemented on hardware. They now run and they take a certain finite time to run. We want to optimize that time. We want to optimize it for the hardware, for the target hardware, not in general. The work that I'm going to show here is work from one of our center, the Catalyst Center, that looks basically at tools to automate the optimization of the implementation of those machine learning systems. So let me briefly, I'm not sure how I'm doing in time, but somebody will stop me if I go too far. Okay, thank you. So let me briefly show you some of the ideas there. The basic structure of this kind of problem is the following. We start with a machine learning model, and again, I think the next speaker will talk a lot more about what those machine learning models look like, but basically some kind of network. The next thing that we can do, that we want to do, is to optimize that machine learning model. So, for example, reduce the number of nodes in a deep network. That's for a single computation. We then want to optimize the parallelization of that system, of that architecture. And third, we want to, so the first two parts are independent of the hardware. And then we want to now go down to the hardware and optimize the placement of those elements in the hardware, both in terms of the data, the memory, and the computation. Okay? So those are the three things that we want to do when it comes to actually creating an operational system from all the ideas that I mentioned earlier. Let me just give you a brief idea of the kind of thing that we can look at there. On the first part, which is optimizing that computation graph, the first thing that can be done is that is commonly done is called rule-based optimization. It's basically taking our initial computation graph, right, something that you find in a deep network, and to say I can, through some rules, explicit rules, I can rearrange the computation so that it's more efficient. Okay, so that's a very common thing to do. What we do is to do this automatically, and to basically explore the space of rules of substitution, as we call them, to find the best one that can be used for optimizing the computation. So now you can have a more automated way of finding those optimization and a more efficient way of doing this. So that's one aspect. Let's look briefly at the second aspect, and again, this is just an example, because you can look at the Catalyst work to see more details on this. The parallelization optimization. So the idea here is actually very similar. We're going to take our computation graph, our machine learning model, we're going to take our model of the hardware, and we're going to generate candidate strategies to parallelize this computation graph, because of course there are many different ways of segmenting it for parallel computation. This is done with a Monte Carlo sampling of the space of possible reconfiguration, if you will, of the computation graph. We simulate the computation for each of the candidates, and we basically find the best architecture. So that's basically, again, the idea of optimizing the system for the target architecture. Now, experimentally, of course, you can get massive speed up by doing this kind of thing. This is an example on one of the experiments with 10x speed up or more. Again, I didn't give you too much detail on this, just to give you a flavor of the kind of thing that we need to do in those three areas, right? The graph optimization, parallelism, and placement. Together, this can be put in an entire suite of tools to do the system definition. And this is something that we call a flex flow, which is actually a consortium of organization that has built those tools to do machine learning systems optimization. Okay? The message here being that we need to continue the work in this direction to automate as much as possible those tools and this optimization of systems for target hardware. Yeah, this is another. Sorry, I missed. I forgot that slide. This is the other example here. This is on a state-of-the-art task, I think, from Facebook in this case, and this shows on the. This shows the throughput in terms of sample per second in this particular task on the vertical axis. The bottom graph with the triangle here is the one using expert optimization, rule-based and so forth. The top one is using something called Unity, which is one of the systems from this FlexFlow consortium. So the bottom line here is that automated approach can offer large improvement on most tasks. The joint optimization of those things is critical, and we need to combine this systems approach with the ML architecture definition. Okay, so those are the things that I wanted to briefly mention to you through some example of what we do. Data, reducing data, understanding, characterizing when the data comes from. Objectives, taking a lot of care in defining what the objective function, what the objective of the optimization in the AI system is, something that is quite often overlooked because it seems obvious what the objective could be, or should be, when in fact it is not, and its actual effect on the target population is definitely not obvious. Performance, you know, when you use any complex systems around you, there's 200 years of engineering science behind it. Formal method, best practices, testing and evaluation. We have practically none of that in AI, especially when it comes to deep learning and related techniques. And we need to invent all of those things. Interactions, we need techniques for modeling humans, predicting human behavior, so we have intelligent interaction between AI and people, and we need care in AI systems interacting with each other. Naive use of interaction leads provably to catastrophic result, and I showed you a couple of examples of this. And finally, systems optimization and new advances in system optimization, and I'll stop here, hopefully on time. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Abera, for setting the tone of today's forum. It was indeed a very interesting topic, the optimization of AI system, its interaction with humans, as well as its interaction amongst the systems. And now I'm pleased to invite the next plenary speaker, Professor In-So Kwon. Professor Kwon is from the School of Electrical Engineering of KIST. He will give a presentation on the topic Deep Learning AI, Challenges and Limitations. Let's all welcome Professor Kwon with a big round of applause.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you for the Secretariat for giving me this opportunity to speak. And also, Monsieur Hebert, 40 years ago in the United States, when I first started my studies at CMU, he was my office mate. So we were doing postdoc together. So we have a 40-year relationship. He's a good friend, and sometimes we compete, but we're very good friends. So the theme of my presentation today, well, Monsieur Hebert talked over the important issues that we come across in AI researches, but on the contrary, as for myself, what kind of efforts an individual makes will be my topic. So how should we develop talents and what should be the focus of our researches will be the theme. So I'll be looking at this topic with a warmer perspective. So out of the AI deep learning, I want to talk about computer vision, which corresponds to people's eyesight, because so this is the statistics I got from Statista, and currently we looked at the statistics of the AI-related sales. So these are the top 10 applications, and about 44%, which are marked in orange, are all related to vision. So about 44% of total sales come from computer vision related businesses. So that is going to be the preamble for my presentation. So the deep learning solutions for computer visions, what kind of impacts do they have? This will be the conclusion of my presentation, actually. So on the right side, it says Lunit Insight, so which I helped the foundation of, and also it has been listed at COSTAC. So my students are successfully running this business. I'm going to give you a specific example later on. So in case of Lunit Insight, the deep learning AI solution is what I'm going to share. So this is the X-ray of the chest X-ray of a patient of 2013. So at the top is a patient who said this is a normal person. And AI also said this is a normal person. But then after 10 years, humans said this person is still normal. This person has more than 10 years of experience in this area. But in 2014, AI already said that there is I see symptoms of cancer. In 2015, AI definitely said that this person has cancer, but the human doctor still said this person is normal. In 2016, AI said 100% probability this person has cancer, but human only now detected a symptom of cancer on the right side lung. A tumor. I found a tumor in 2016. So, of course, this is a case of a specific patient, but if we can tell that this person is going to have cancer 3 years earlier, then that person's rate of survival will go up by four-fold. So this is why we need to develop AI, and this is the impact that we could have on the world. So Professor Herbert also gave us a presentation on the AI researches. So everything began from the challenge in object recognition. In 2009, the big data company, 50,000 people made labels. In 2009, it took 6 years to label 20,000 nouns. And every year, ImageNet large-scale visual recognition challenge was held. And if you look at the top side methodology, that is the existing technology. So the error rate was 26% in 2011. But then in 2012, AlexNet error rate was about 10%. And it won over the existing technology. And this was a moment of innovation for the deep learning AI researchers. In 2012, the winner of the 2012 ILS VRC had a huge ripple effect. I'm not sure if you remember, in 2015 at the DARPA Robotics Challenge, Hubo Lab, developed by KIST in cooperation with Rainbow, participated in the DARPA Robotics Challenge in 2015. And this is a clip from that competition. It was 7 years ago, and it still makes my heart beat. Because robot experts from around the world never imagined that KIST will win. But KIST, a very small institution, successfully completed 8 missions and finished the challenge in the shortest time among the 25 participants and won $2 million as the prize. So the reason the system could succeed was, well, the right side clip has never been disclosed before. So inside the DRC, how is object recognized and how are the images processed? So those things are graphically expressed on the right side screen. So to make the solution, what we made was a tension net. Because at that time, we used the best technology that was available, and the performance was only 92%. Because there was a famous episode when I had a meeting with Professor Oh, I told him that we used the best solution, but the accuracy is 92%. So why don't we use this? But then Professor Oh said, well, our machine science department only used 100% accuracy. We're not satisfied with 92%. So we had a hot debate, and then we changed the methodology. So the existing technology was, in order to locate an object accurately, we trained the quadrant values to the system. But then that was so difficult because the quadrant, exists. It's a very small spot in an indefinite space. So that's too difficult. So why don't we change the method? So from a point, so which direction do you have to move to face the highest probability of, running into something? So we are going to predict the direction of the object. So we're going to approach it in a discrete way. So this is an idea that popped up in my head while I was taking a shower. So from 2 points, we are going to train the vector of the direction. And then we got the 99.39% accuracy with our attention net. But then at this stage, to be honest, because of Professor O's contradiction, we did not use this solution at the time of the competition. We did manual operation. We localized the target manually, so we did not use this solution. But still, in my heart, object recognition by deep learning has been, the paradigm has been shifted with a very small idea, which could be developed to become a real solution according to how you engineer it and develop it. So we challenged the ILS VRC, and we thought we will win, but we were placed 5th in the competition. But still, my team had only 3 or 4 students, and we had 1 GPU, and idea-wise, I think it's highly complimentable that we got this result. Based on this result, we came back home. So this is what happened afterwards. So the deep models, you can see, went through significant development. And we have to compete with the whole world. But as you well know, Google, Facebook, Microsoft, they are enormous IT groups. And as you well know, human resource-wise, any resource-wise, it is impossible to compete with them because, all we can do is make a little change to what they have developed, or we can customize what they have developed to meet the needs of our customers. So, but I thought differently. So let's not do this. We have a model that they can access, which is to observe what's happening inside a human's stomach. And we can make the deep learning solution that can model human stomach anatomy better than them. And that is going to be our proprietary technology that we can compete with the world. So this is a slide that I use to persuade my students. If you look at the top part of this page, I think it's not easy to, grasp what this actually is. The black lines are the inputs. So it's hidden, it's masked at this point, but those are the inputs. And my question to you is, what is this? But then, okay, I'm giving you the same amount of information, but I'm masking different places, except for the important places. Then with the second graphic, can you guess? Everybody can guess what this is, right? And it turns out that already in 1999, neuroscience already approached this issue. And that was a local visual properties research. And local visual properties is very important in deciding humans' eyesight. But then, if you look at the models at the bottom of the page, so there are 3 masked objects that are vaguely oval shaped. So if I ask you what are they, according to the top screen theory, you should be able to know this because they have the similar pattern. However, nobody can predict or guess what this is. But then if I open up the whole source, then you will definitely know that these are people, cars, and like food on the table. So in 2007, the cognitive science published that contextual relations is also necessary for human cognition. So what I told my students were, then how are we going to develop this into deep learning? We want to make this for the first time in the whole world. And that is how we came up with this. So channel attention model will focus on the local level, but then contextualize. There were many experiments happening to provide this. So we used parallel type. So we used various types of variations, and the best combination we came up with was to link all global information into one channel, to have the channel attention first, and then identify what's near that object, the spatial attention. So this was a very simple model, and we generated huge success. So first of all, this solution was able to be used by any AI deep learning researchers. They could just take it and plug it in anywhere, and anybody can use it. And secondly, because a lot of people use them, so the citation went over 7,000 cases, and it had good impact and results too. And also the CBAM solution. So 3 teams used CBAM for when they entered the challenges, and they all became renowned research labs. And we also won the global challenge with this technology too. So based on this technology, Superbin, a venture company in Korea, said they wanted to use this technology. So this was a social company that wanted to use our deep learning solution to collect recycling goods. So the machine you see is the machine that we jointly developed. And whether it's can or whether it's plastic bottle, the machine will, acknowledge it, and then they will give like a statutory subsidy to the company that use this. So we are operating 600 machines nationwide. 310,000 people are using this, and we are collecting about 200 million tons of recycling goods, and we have given back about 300 million won. So it looks small, but this solution can be used in all the homes and all the public spaces. And then everybody will be participating in recycling more proactively. And if this can be operated globally, then we think this is going to be a huge success story of AI in our everyday lives. So that is our aspiration. But then I want to give you like a background story. So as Monsieur Hebert mentioned, so things work in the lab but not in the real world. So this has a huge implication. So inside the lab, the accuracy was 99% because like DRC Hubo development and deep learning developments. So it all resulted in 99% of accuracy, but then we created the test sites and we had pilot operations, but then the accuracy fell to 70%, and that cannot be adopted. So we analyzed this. Of course, there was a data problem, as Professor Hebert mentioned. So that was the biggest issue. And second, he also mentioned robustness. So with little noise, the machine will stop. So there was a robustness problem. But these were, technical issues that can be fixed. But then the most serious issue was, and because some like unimagined data were included because people would test artificial intelligence. For example, if this machine was installed in front of an elementary school, and as a test, students will put in things that should not be put in, and then it will return money. And then a boy actually drew a can on his hand and put his hand inside the machine. And then he will get money for it. And also the old people, when they were coming back from hiking, they will put in like branches of a tree into the machine and get money. So the lesson learned was that we need good data, we need to have robustness, but then we need to make sure that the untrained data need to be handled properly. We need to find a way to handle the untrained data. So that was the big lesson we learned. So in case of the data hungry issue, we thought about three solutions. One is, as we learned from the human visual system, so there could be an AI model that surpasses human capability. So we're going to take a model-centric approach. So the deep learning AI model will be created to surpass human capacity. So that will be one challenge that we have to resolve. A second is to take a data-centric approach. So no matter how good our deep learning model is, we need to be able to feed quality data. We need to have a good supply chain of data to be fed into these machines. So in case of Lunit's success that I shared earlier, it is like a hybrid model of model-centric and data-centric models. And actually, this is my conclusion slide, so which is the way we should go. So we first need to have creative minds. We need to nurture creative minds so that they can challenge deep learning, which is better than human brain. And also, there needs to be some practical output, and revenue needs to be generated from these solutions. So high quality data need to be processed and provided and supplemented and fed into the machines. And then in order to overcome the practical limitation, we need to have a model-centric, data-centric models combined together and produce a hybrid model. Then I am sure that, we don't have 2.6 trillion of subsidy, but still I think with this kind of model, we'll be able to win anybody. So I'm going to give you a brief example of the model. So deep learning, the thing about deep learning is to go broad and go deep, go high. So it has been evolving for the last 10 years. And CBOM was one of the important theoretical contributions made for AttentionNet. And GP3, 4, I'm sure you are aware about this. So the transformer, the BUT model, is gaining a lot of attention at this point. But then this transformer model, we applied it to the computer vision model, and then this is a limitation that we came across. In case of VIT huge, there were about 600 million parameters. For reference, a human is known to have about 6 billion neurons. So with 6 billion neurons, and they were trained with 14 million images, like the ImageNet. But then the performance will stop at a certain point and will not go up further. So it means that without proper training, students can't get better grades and go to better colleges. So it's the same thing. So then what if we use 300 million images instead of 14 million images? So when, parents, you want at least linear, increase, right? If not exponential. But this also, increasing the number of images wouldn't give us a linear increase. So as mentioned, so showing 300 million, right answer images is really difficult to do. So why don't we make something like, I have a grandchild. She's 15 months old. And when I came to Seoul yesterday, you know, my grandchild would cry, so I showed her my, cell phone, and my daughter scolded me because somebody should never show like multimedia to somebody who is less than 36 months old. But anyway, different than human. So why don't we make a learning model so that we show the video endlessly to the computer and then they will learn from it. So we are going to give a task with a pretext task. So in 2018, we came up with an interesting idea. So it's contrastive learning. So basically, what it does is there's no one input, but there are two inputs, and we will tell the machine that they are similar, like a cat and a dog. And a cat and a cat, and we'll say they are similar, and we will show two pictures, cat and a dog, and say they are different. So using two networks, we will tell the machine that these are similar and these are not. So that is the idea that we are working on at this moment. But there are, of course, various issues. First is we have to tell the machine, somebody has to tell the machine that they are similar. Of course, it is easier than telling the machine what the right answer is, but still it requires manual work. And it's also difficult to do, especially in case of audio text. Whether something is similar or not similar is ambiguous. And also, computation becomes difficult too. Especially when we give a label, when we give a right answer, about 300 times of training will be enough. But in this case, we need about threefold of training because we're not giving them a definite answer, and that requires a lot of GPU. But then we thought differently. So what happens in the human brain? We thought about. So I think it was about 15 years ago I saw a video. Can you play this video? So this was an experiment to test whether a 5-month old baby knows gravity. So we will show an orange and see what he does. So then we lifted the screen and removed the orange or the orange colored ball. So at that point, we let the baby hear the fall of the ball without seeing it. And then we show the baby where the ball is after that sound, drop sound. And then using the same method, we drop the ball and let the baby hear it. And we show the ball that is in the air. And we see how the baby reacts to the ball that is actually in the air, what should be on the ground. So first we drop the ball and show the baby the dropped ball. The baby stared at the ball for 8 seconds and lost interest in the ball. And then we gave the baby the drop sound and then showed the baby the ball in the air, and that baby stared at that ball for 20 seconds. So it was by accident I saw this video about 15 years ago, but last year, this video just struck my mind again. After 15 years, psychophysics, neuroscience people interpret this video like this, that babies are born with physical gravity knowledge. And that, to me, felt like something else. That, to me, said that what people actually see and what they hear, these two information correlate with each other and produce another set of information. To prove this, I looked at various neuroscience researches and came across a very interesting result. Whether it's pictures, for example, or whether we give a name, Oprah Winfrey, to the people, or whether we give a text information in the hypothalamus of a person, all same reaction would happen. So whether the input modal is video or text or sound, regardless of the modal, the hypothalamus are going to show the same embedding space. So I caught onto that findings and start to think about how I'm going to build a machine based on this. And of course, we need to have the deep learning AI that can process sound network. And second, we need to have a visual network to process the visual network, the motions. So the objective is, if they have a correlation, like the baby, the visual event after the drop sound or the lack of the visual event. So I thought we just need to map these two into the same space. So it's not like a completely new idea, but it may not be related in any way. But anyway, it's something that struck my mind after I read that paper. And based on this, for the first time, in a way, we created the contrastive learning, the fundamental of the contrastive learning. So two correlated things will pull each other, and uncorrelated variables will push each other away. So that is the main idea of contrastive learning. And then we created this network. This is a very technical thing, which I will go past.
So I showed the video and I told it to find the engine sound, and then it was responding and recognizing the engine sound. So I thought, wow, this is incredible. This is a new development. So I've reported this to the academia. But then, of course, there could be a problem arising, because if it sees a car, I told it to see a car and recognize the car sound. But what did it do? When you see a car, you always will see a road. So it thought that the road's noise was playing an important role. So that's why. So I would like to omit any technological details, but I would like to stress that sometimes maybe it's better to have some human knowledge to be input. And then I saw an astounding result. You can see that blue dot, which is the human giving all the answers and do the training, and the red dots represent not giving the answers, and let's say it's, I think, 40%. So we give about 40% of the answers, and then that was a even better result than giving the entire answers, meaning that the network itself can find do the correlation of sound and image and give better results. And Professor Shim, he's looked into the multimodal self-supervised learning, and which is a 4 times better performance, and the accuracy was better than the world best record. So I believe that with this mathematical model and the multimodal correlational approach that we have invented, if these two are combined, then we can suggest a better deep learning model that is even superior than humans. And likewise, when we train it with some certain data, then and we've applied it in the real world, the performance was actually halved than the actual results. And this also, if we use human supervision a little bit, so for instance, if the car is driving, there could be some barriers, and then we could provide some information to the AI. So with a simple amount or little amount of supervision, we can get better and effective results. Of course, there is the pixel level classification issue, so sometimes there are controversies, but so there's a difference between of 0.1%. So, but then in terms of cost, we've saved it by 1/50 of the cost. So if the human is, so we need to go into this direction where the human is in the loop, but in the real world, even if we create so many data sets, but still the distribution of the real world, we cannot represent all the statistical features of the real world. So once again, I would like to come back to my conclusion, which is until 2015, the system said that this person was normal, but then in 2016, the system found out that this person had cancer. So, but then how could the Luna Insight find this 3 years earlier? So my message is in that context. So most of our researchers, in order to enhance the success rate, and they also want to become the world best, and that's why they're looking at their success rate of the model, and they're looking into sophisticating their models, that they're only focusing on that. But in the real world, for better success rate in the real world, we should be data-centric rather than model-centric. And this is my Korean text. So we need to connect the data and deep model and add data continuously, and then also refine the model and data. And we need to update the system. So that is the only way where we can be beneficial to humans, and we can create an AI model that is superior than humans. And we can see that from the Lunit's case. And for your information, this slide is done by Lunit's founder and my student, Professor Yu. So it's a confidential information, but still he provided it to me so that I can share it today. Thank you very much, Professor Yu. So at Lunit, what they are doing with a small network, and there's labeled data and unlabeled data, they compare both, and then they see whether it's a complex task, whether this is difficult, or it's okay to do the propagation of the labels. So they do these 3 tests, and then they have this own process called active environment, and they have created this ML product line. And we have Professor Yu's thesis, the loss prediction module. So with unlabeled data, so we can judge the quality of the unlabeled data, and that was released in 2019 by Dr. Yu. And this also has a meta-architecture type of information, and also they have attached a loss prediction module to see whether this input data, whether this is easy data or complex data compared to the data that I have received before. And also, it's able to predict the uncertainty. So this approach is it's much better to predict the accuracy and understand the accuracy of the X-ray. And in terms of high data accumulation, as you can see here, the data could be accumulated better. So this is a proprietary technology that other competitors cannot follow. And so in the golf industry, I think you've seen many advertisements saying that, for instance, there's people, if they start using this, that they wouldn't use it only once, but many more times. So this was advertising a golf club. So it's actually true. This retention rate means that that customer will stay as your loyal customer. In Korea, it's the retention rate is 100%. So for the company, in terms of sales, this is a very important parameter. And from the global perspective, even if the service is not fluent or smooth, still the global retention rate was 95%. So even if the scale is small, this AI model's scale is small, but it is also one of the success cases. But as we can see from Lunit, so what can we do then with deep learning AI? This would be my conclusion. So we need to I've seen it in the human brain models a lot. I hope that our young engineers, scientists, they can create novel deep models and model-centric approaches so that they can compete with others. And also, in reality, we use human interaction and we use minimum level of human annotation and we create a closed loop so that we can have a data-centric approach, and that is the way that we can solve any issues. And we found that. So we believe that we need to close the loop with human and AI annotations. So if you would support us in that regard, then I believe the future of AI would be much more brighter than now. And in every element, with this AI solution, we can be more competitive, and our national competitiveness in terms of AI would be increased. So once again, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much for your insightful presentation, Professor Kwon, on deep learning AI. For the guests participating in person in today's event in this Plaza Hotel, a luncheon is being prepared for all of you. And for those joining us from YouTube, please enjoy your lunch, and I will see you again back here at 1:20 p.m. Please stay with us for the insightful presentations prepared for the next session. Thank you very much. See you soon.
After the Korean War, Korea was one of the world's poorest countries, with GDP per capita of just over $70. General MacArthur, the then commander-in-chief of the Allied force, said, "It will take at least 100 years to rebuild this country." As people lived from hand to mouth, economic development was the most important task for Korea. This is when our country made a choice to prepare for a better future, rather than satisfying immediate hunger. Technological development is essential to economic growth. We were determined to rebuild the country through science and technology. That is how the government-funded research institutes, known as GRIs, in various fields were established and expanded, starting with the Korea Institute of Science and Technology in 1966. This was hope in a desolate country and has become the driving force that led to the miracle of the Han River. The country that used to have per capita income of $70 is now reaching $40,000. From aid recipient to donor, the very first developing country to become an advanced economy, from a land devoid of science and technology to top 10 nation in the world for S&T. And the GRIs in the science and technology field have been at the heart of this growth. DRAM, TDX, CDMA, and YBRO built the groundwork to become a world ICT leader. The localization of heavy water reactor fuel and smart reactor laid the foundation for energy independence. The KTX high-speed trains have made it possible to travel within the country in a day. And the Nuri space rocket raised Korea's status as a space powerhouse. As a think tank of Korea's industry, the GRIs caught up with advanced technologies and secured original technologies, and turned the impossible dream of becoming a science and technology leader into reality. And we will not stop here. From trade disputes to technological hegemony, the world is constantly in a state of tension. And we must act preemptively on climate change that is becoming a serious threat. We are living in an era where scientific and technological capability is the national power. As the leader of national R&D and industry, university, research partnerships, and as reservoirs for cutting-edge S&T, the GRIs are reinforcing Korea's future competitiveness. Today, digital transformation is accelerating, and the GRIs are securing world-class research competitiveness by building a data dam and through open access to research data. They are leading key national public initiatives such as the materials, parts, and equipment industry, carbon neutrality, and essential strategic technologies while strengthening Korea's technological sovereignty and global hegemony. They are leading balanced regional growth by creating a mega R&D belt that connects regional branches. As mission-oriented organizations solving national challenges, the GRIs are public research institutes representing the country. There is a proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. The National Research Council of Science and Technology, known as NST, is creating science, technology, and innovation ecosystem to support the 25 GRIs to come together as one team and go beyond through collaboration and convergence. Just as the Medici family led the Renaissance, the NST is expanding the convergence ecosystem so that GRIs can lead the industry, university, research cooperation, and at the same time, solving national and social issues through transdisciplinary convergence research. We also provide a creative and challenging research environment so that researchers aim higher and continue their study without fear of failure. By establishing mid to long-term R&D strategies and global networking, we are searching for ways to support world-class researchers and research groups to grow together. Also, we are working together to make sure research results are incorporated into our lives, improving the quality of life and enhancing the nation's industrial competitiveness. We believe that just like the number 0 that was discovered last led us to an infinite world, our continuous exploration will open a new world. Today's failures will become a foundation that will lead us to tomorrow's success. Our passion will shape the future of the next generation. Because it is our mission and role, we, the NST, and the 25 GRIs will lead Korea's leap towards a G5 science and technology powerhouse through NST 2.0 and Convergence 2.0, based on digital transformation.
In the past, KIST breathed a new life into Korea. Now, KIST strives to create a world where we can breathe freely. In the past, KIST helped build a brighter future. Now, KIST is dedicated to building a sustainable future. Bringing the future to the present. Grand KIST.
Since its establishment in 1966, KIST has been the cornerstone of Korea's industrial and economic development, spearheading its miraculous journey to becoming an economic global powerhouse. What will be the next chapter of the KIST story? KIST's Grand Challenge program focuses on exploring the most challenging research projects that can harbor the potential to revolutionize the world. Through this program, KIST will voyage into uncharted territory to seek out answers to the unknown. KIST has developed technologies capable of diagnosing autism in the early stages, promoting healthy aging, and enabling people with visual impairments to see again.
KIST fearlessly steps up to face new challenges. Our mission is to carry out sustainable research for human, for communities, and for Earth. Building upon our legacy, we'll set a new benchmark of excellence for research institutes in Korea. As part of its efforts to address climate change through science and technology solutions, KIST established a Climate and Environmental Research Institute where big science initiatives are carried out with the aim of safeguarding Earth's sustainability. At the Climate and Environmental Research Institute, not a single drop of water goes to waste. By integrating the Institute's wealth of information with KIST sensory, material, and computational sciences, we're able to discover fresh and innovative new areas of research.
기후환경연구소는 인공구름을 만듭니다. 이 연구에 성공하게 된다면 가뭄에 대비한 인공강수는 물론 기후에 미치는 구름의 영향을 연구하는 데 크게 기여하게 됩니다.
Achieving zero emissions is essential to preserving life on Earth. That is why KIST is committed to making a sustainable Earth through carbon neutrality.
더 안전하고 멀리 가는 전기 자동차를 위해 배터리를 개발하고 있습니다.
효율이 높은 인공광합성 기술을 연구하고 있습니다.
These ideas have the power to change Earth and our future. That is why we're leveraging science and technology to create a clean environment.
KIST seeks to foster sustainable growth across our local communities. Our drive for excellence in research outcomes and our desire to lower technological barriers will ultimately promote growth with businesses and other members of these communities. To create an ecosystem favorable for such growth, KIST launched Linking Lab, which facilitates technology transfers and joint research opportunities between entrepreneurs and researchers.
여기 홍릉 강소특구는 주변 대학과 기업과 연계하여 세계적인 도시명 바이오 의료산업 클러스터로 도약할 것입니다.
Việc KIST giờ đây sẽ trở thành con thuyền chở lái tương lai Việt Nam.
Most importantly, protecting people's health, safety, and security is a duty we take seriously at KIST. We help develop resilient medical systems that can withstand future pandemics. In addition, KIST researches ICT convergence technology that can mitigate the risk of industrial accidents. KIST also works to strengthen national security and national defense using science and technology, and coordinate with the police to bolster public order and safety through the Police Lab.
All of our hard work is for humanity's benefit. Learning to love and respect ourselves is the starting point for identifying the technologies most needed by humankind and is what fuels our unflagging determination to tackle the most challenging research projects.
치매를 치료할 수 있는 새로운 글로벌 신약 개발 연구를 진행하고 있습니다.
생각만으로 내 몸처럼 움직이는 로봇을 만들고 있습니다.
인공지능과 감성 교감이 가능한 인공 휴먼을 만듭니다.
KIST not only focuses on what people achieve, but on the people themselves. Under the KIST banner, we will continue our mission to pursue sustainable research for humans, for communities, and for Earth.
우리는 세계 최고의 연구에 두려움 없이 도전하는 키스트 연구자입니다.
우리는 사람 중심의 철학을 갖고 연구자 중심의 문화를 이끌어갑니다.
우리는 국민의 기대에 부응하는 과학기술로 지속 가능한 사람, 공동체, 지구의 미래를 만들어 갑니다.
We are committed to building a better, brighter future powered by unrivaled research excellence.
Science and technology has brought us more benefits and happiness. Where did all the science and technology begin? It takes a great deal of study and thought before announcing a set of new policies. And at the starting point for advancing science and technology, STEPI stands firmly so that the results could add value to the lives of the citizens. Taking a step towards humanity. We, at STEPI, conduct research on the fundamental policies for advancing Korea's science and technology. Korea has achieved remarkable growth, and STEPI has always been at the center of it, contributing to socio-economic development through STI policy research. Since its establishment in 1987, we have been supporting the Korean government and businesses through conducting R&D strategies and STI policy studies. We conducted Korea's first science and technology forecast survey and provided a rationale for investing 5% of GNP in S&T. We also have broadened the scope of STI policy research by presenting the concept of National Innovation System, promoting growth of innovative SMEs, and leading STI international development cooperation. Now, STEPI is taking a step forward once again to become a global think tank in STI policy, aiming to contribute to the international community. STEPI, as Korea's very first research institute in STI policy, raises issues of generation ahead and explores creative and innovative research to change the science and technology paradigm. Through evidence-based policy research, we draw mid to long-term R&D strategy and propose the next generation STI system. We work towards reforming R&D project management system by analyzing the performance of national R&D project system and human resources in science and technology. Through policy research, we also support emerging technologies-based industry and respond to the coming future by promoting creation and growth of innovative businesses. We seek ways to create new jobs and promote regional innovation by nurturing startups and ventures, and solve social problems through innovation policy. We also design R&D policy and mid to long-term R&D investment strategies. We aim to enhance national R&D efficiency by evaluating investment impact and structure the Korean National Innovation System along with plans for innovating government research institutes. Based on the outstanding performance in policy development in Korea, we aim to become a global think tank in STI policy by working together with international partners. As a representative of the Republic of Korea, we lead discussions on STI policies with the world-renowned organizations at the OECD Committee for Science and Technology Policy, APEC Policy Partnership for Science, Technology and Innovation, UNDP South-South Cooperation Office, UN STI Forum, and UNESCO. Pursuing mutual prosperity based on science, technology, and innovation, we collaborate with global professional groups at various platforms, namely Korea-Japan-China Science and Technology Policy Seminar, STEPI International Symposium, and UN Conference of Parties to find solutions of global challenges such as sustainable development and climate change. In addition, we provide policy consultations through K-Innovation projects on establishing effective STI policy to developing countries. Since 2014, K innovation projects were implemented in Tunisia, Tanzania, Ethiopia, Uganda, Ghana, Indonesia, Cambodia, Azerbaijan, Vietnam, Sri Lanka, Laos, Pakistan, Nepal, El Salvador, Peru, and Ecuador. Not only do we support the whole cycle of STI process from national STI policy planning to technology transfer and commercialization, we also offer education and training programs in order to strengthen policy capacity of partner countries. A new paradigm for the future, and changes that go beyond our imagination await us. And at the forefront of every transition, STEPI is always there. We lead innovations and prioritize quality of life before anything else. And from these values, innovative science and technology are created within the STI policy frame. As a think tank for STI policy, STEPI is dedicated to making better policies for better lives. STEPI is leading new paths to the future. STEPI is the future of the Republic of Korea.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Now we will begin session 1 of today's forum. The agenda for session 1 is balancing opportunities and challenges in the era of artificial intelligence. Now allow me to introduce the first presenter of session 1. Our first presenter is Dr. Kyungmin Kim, a leader of Naver AI Lab and Clova Research. He will present on how hyperscale AI works for Naver. Please welcome Dr. Kim with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. I'm Kyungmin Kim from Naver Clova. Nice to meet you. I feel very privileged to be here. I work at Naver, and I create AI models that predict individuals' movements. So I'm worried that some parts may be too technical, but I try to make it as interesting as possible. Okay, my theme is how Naver is using hyperscale. As you well know, so AI has a history of failure and success. So historically, AI had two AI winters. And those AI winters meant that actually were the history of failure in terms of business investment. So whether AI will succeed or not, there are still a lot of controversies. So in terms of history of AI development, let me just give you a few features. At the first AI boom, logic AI was mainly used from 1950s to 1960s. So in 1956, at the Dartmouth convention, the term AI was first coined, and the initial people said that logic AI will be able to resolve all the issues within the 2000. And so people were wowed, and they made investment, and they failed. But in case of AI, logic AI, it is rule-based. So the programs, all the knowledge were programmed in advance. So still now, when we create chatbots, if those are based on rule-based, then there will be a lot of limitations. And second, in the second AI boom, expert system was utilized. It was in the 80s and the 90s. So the technological background was the same as the first AI boom, the logic base. So, but what's the difference? So the difference is that in case of the first AI boom, people were trying to make general AIs. That's why they failed. And then in the second AI boom, they focused on specific domains. So let's make AIs that did well, excel in certain domain. So that's why expert system was created. And there's a Deep Blue model created by IBM. So the Deep Blue won over the world chess champion, Gary. And then people wowed again because AI won over a human expert. So people thought that AI will be the next big thing, and then they invested, and then they failed. And then there's a third AI boom that began in 2010s. It began from deep learning. So after the two AI booms, compared to those AI booms, deep learning deals with more complicated issues, so people's expectations are going up. So I think we could talk about these AI booms or the winters from 2 points of view. One is the economic point of view, meaning low ROI. So in case of Deep Blue, it took 8 to 9 years to develop Deep Blue. It took a long time. And also, in order to make the AI, there need to be a domain expert. So there was a limited pool of people who can develop AI, and the development process itself was not so efficient. And then it was difficult to have scalability because there are a lot of issues, various types of issues in the world. And in order to solve a problem with AI, all the problems needed to have data set from A to Z. But then it takes a long time, so there was no economic scale, and it also required high labor cost. And secondly, there was a reliability issue. So how much people believe in the AI's output? So this is related to accuracy. So when we say accuracy, so higher accuracy would mean higher reliability, right? But this also is related to the economy of scale. So higher accuracy and having a good scale was difficult. And also, in order to have economy of scale, we needed to have generalized AI technologies, but then that was also difficult. So in order to have a general model, to have scalability, then we need to have high accuracy. But to have higher accuracy, we needed to give up upon scalability. So that was the same for Deep Blue. We could not have economy of scale, and then the accuracy would be compromised. And also, there are lots of exceptions in the real world. So there are undefined issues that cannot be resolved by the system, and that happened a lot. But now we are in the third AI boom, and the third winter has not yet come. And there's still a lot of interest and buzz around the third AI boom. Then what's the difference? So in case of the third AI boom, it was initiated by deep learning in 2016. So reinforced learning won over the mastermind Lee Se-dol in Paduk. However, that really is not the reinforced learning. Actually, it was the foundation model that won over Lee Se-dol. So GPT-3, HyperClover, DALL-E are the main models, and DALL-E is a sensational model. A lot of webtoon authors are making simulations using DALL-E, and it's causing social issues, but still it's creating a lot of buzz. And in order to understand the foundation model, we need to have some understanding of how the AI is evolving. So I'll try to make this as easy as possible. So in order to understand the foundation model, we need to understand emergence and homogenization. So in case of emergence, so AI programmer must have intended something of this AI. And the other capabilities that emerge, other than the intended capabilities, are what we call emergence. And in case of homogenization, so the group of similar abilities are called homogenization. So emergence and homogenization are increasing, and that is a trend of the AI development or evolvement at this point. So AI can be categorized into 4 categories. First and second are the rule-based. So there, in rule-based AI, there were no emergence, no homogenization. So all the programs need to be codified and according to the intention of the programmer, and they will be executed according to the intention of the programmer, and that was it. So from homogenization point of view, so homogenization, so all the programs use different logic and different programs, so there were no homogenization. And then there's the machine learning. In machine learning, there's input and output. And the relationship between input and output, the so-called how, is naturally learned. In case of homogenization, it happens in terms of learning algorithm, like it appears in the decision tree and the neural net. So if a programmer wants to solve a problem, one of the things that he thinks is, for example, if we use a synonym, then in order to solve this problem, the programmer needs to decide whether he will use neural net or decision tree, because they all have similar capabilities. And this is a machine learning development pipeline. In order to develop machine learning, we need to go through a certain development pipeline. So we select the features from the database, and then we create the model with those features, and then we tune the hyperparameters, and then we evaluate. And then through the evaluation, I make sure that if the AI model has good performance, then it makes sure that they perform better by adding or subtracting features, fine-tuning the features. So people who make the AI models need to understand this pipeline, and they need to have been able to utilize this pipeline. But there are many ways of doing feature selection, and there are many ways of creating machine learning, so the entry barrier was really high. So in terms of developing and in maintaining or managing the whole process. So a lot of issues come from this feature selection and the pipeline, because not all the issues could have been resolved. So the pipeline related issues, for example, demand prediction, stock prediction, you need to have a very good knowledge of the domain in order to make accurate predictions. So a lot of issues are revolving around the pipeline. And after deep learning was introduced, features started to emerge naturally. So CNN is a key feature. So we don't have to go through the ImageNet feature selection, and we can come up with or develop models without using the ImageNet features by using the CNN. And so when an AI programmer solves a problem, he needs to think whether he's going to use convolution or other kind of means. So I showed you the development pipeline, and this pipeline is being innovated, so the entry barrier is going down, and also the development pace is speeding up. So I told you that the emergence is happening naturally in deep learning, and then so you have to think less about the features. So when we create an AI model, how are we going to fine-tune the pipeline, and what kind of features we're going to use are the things that we need to typically think about. And also when we develop the deep learning, what kind of tools are we going to use, like TaskFlow, PyTorch, for example, TensorFlow. So a lot of these development tools are being developed now, so the development entry barrier is coming lower and lower. So in case of the foundation model, so the functionalities would emerge, those functionalities that were not intended by the programmers, like GPT-3 as an example. When we created the GPT-3, the program was intending to make it, didn't really intend GPT-3 to write poems or stories. But And also, when we look at foundation model from the homogenization, well, it will look at it from the model, by the model, like GPT-3 or T5. So different models will have different functionalities. So to make it simple, so the area of the problems that could be solved by one model is becoming broader and broader. So before, the problem solving happened at the smaller level, but now, like GPT-3, it is able to solve problems over a broader category. And also, when we use a foundation model, this will be the AI development process. It will be a huge black box. So the modeling itself will become a black box. So this is a huge innovation and also a big feature. So somebody who does not know AI, who uses AI to solve a problem, now that is going to be feasible. So if I can define what my problem is, and if I can have some example data to support my problem, without having to think about the features of the models, with the foundation model, I will be able to solve my problem. And then as a result, the amount of time used to solve a problem using AI becomes shorter, and a bigger pool of people are able to utilize AI. So the ROI is going up. But so ROI goes up naturally as the computing price goes down. And let's talk about accuracy of the foundation model. What we need to have higher accuracy is simple in a way. We need to abide by the scaling law. So when the size of data required, the size of model, or the size of computing power when creating an AI model, if all of those the scale go up, then the problem will be solved in a more accurate manner. So that is basically the scaling law. So all the people who create foundation model prove that their model is robust using the scaling law. So higher computation leading to higher accuracy is what people try to prove with their foundation models. So I've mentioned this earlier, why the early AI businesses were not able to succeed. So first, low ROI and low scalability, and low accuracy in terms of reliability. But now, with the use of foundation model, the computing unit price goes down, the development difficulty goes down, and also future learning allows shortening of development time, so that allows scalability. And also in terms of accuracy, the data plus computing power plus model size are all following the scaling law. So the accuracy will naturally go up. So I think this is about trust. So everything gets bigger, then accuracy gets higher. So that's a theory, and that is the way we are going. And compared to the rule-based AI, exception handling will be easier with the neural net-based AI. So let's talk about AI business. How is the AI business changing? In the past, when people developed AI, it was like going to a fancy restaurant. When you go to a restaurant, you don't expect to have your food on your table quickly because we think that the chef will create this masterpiece dish over a long time. So one of the things I hear the most in Naver is like, AI is like those fancy restaurants because it requires a lot of people, manpower, and a long development time. But now that development method has changed, it's more like franchise. So it's like Gordon Ramsay, for example, or like a Mr. Baek Jong-won, a famous star chef. So he will create, franchise restaurants with generalized menus and generalized recipes. Using that, people will create the foundation model, and users could go to those franchise restaurants or convenience stores and buy what they want, which will be served quicker. So it's like a mass production stage of AI. So we hear about AI cloud a lot too, and I think it's all relevant. So, well, the vision I think is questionable at this point, but still we hear about it a lot. And then what kind of foundation model is being developed by Naver? That's my next point. So CLUE is what we are developing. CLUE stands for Contrastive Learning User Embedding. So it's basically user embedding, meaning customized, personalized model. So it's a foundation model that predicts an individual's behavior. So I'm sure some of you may have heard about Hyperclover at Naver. So it's a language model using like GPT-3. It's similar to GPT-3. So it's a personalization model that predicts people's behavior. So or maybe you haven't heard about it yet. But anyway, this picture is a click model. It's a graphic of a clip. Was created based on the click model. So it's an AI architecture. So traditionally, when we developed an AI model, this was the traditional way of creating an AI model. So from one domain, single domain. For example, if we are doing a shopping mall, if there's a recommendation at a certain category, then based on the information created from that category, AI will be used to solve a single task. And this is how most of the AI is used these days. So in one category, one domain, one problem will be solved by the AI. But we have thousands of issues in this world. So there are a lot of models and a lot of data. So I mentioned GPT-3 earlier. So GPT-3 was developed in a different way than the existing AI. So it's not one domain, one data set, but it uses various data sets from various domains. So there could be news, blog reviews, documents. All of these are used to solve a problem. So surprisingly, GPT-3 was able to do a lot of things. Unlike the intention of the programmer, it's able to write scripts for movies. It can write copyright and also write poems. So that's a key feature of GPT-3. And CLUE is similar. So it's not about a single domain data. So Naver has a lot of service logs like knowledge in, music, cafe, shopping, Naver Place. So there are a lot of domains. And like GPT-3, CLUE learned all the logs from all of these domains. And unintentionally, it was excelling in many domains, many areas. So we were able to use this for recommendations and alarm notifications and abuse detections. So we were able to notice that CLUE does well in a variety of areas. So I would like to give you a few examples. So first is about the advertisement message. So the expected GMV per ad message, which is the expected sales that is expected from one ad message, Well, once we used Clue, that expected GMV tripled, and CVR, the conversion ratio, also increased by 3.6%. And in case of recommendation, expected sales per traffic increased by 2.6%, and the conversion ratio also increased by more than 2 times. So we created this one model called Clue, and we tested it in various ways. We are testing it from various ways to see in which areas Clue works better. And the common result that we got was that compared to the existing AI technologies, Clue is better in all areas with a big gap. So the model itself is huge. So some people might think that how can you use this huge model for services? Because, Naver creates a lot of traffic and latency gets important. And also the throughput needs to be really high. So the traffic, a lot of traffic needs to be handled at a limited of time. And big model would mean many computers. And people might doubt, are you able to process all of that in a short time? Well, of course, this huge model is not used directly for the services. It stays at the back of the office. And we create some embedding factors so that this model can be used to solve certain problems. So even if it's an aged model, an old model, if we use this embedding, we could enhance the performance by a great deal. So that means embedding is like the key recipe for a chef. So we use embedding on Clue, and then we were able to, using embedding, we were able to reduce the inference time. And also, we didn't have to think too much about AI development. So the development time was shortened too. So as I developed AI, well, I'm a developer too. And from an AI developer's point of view, well, there's AI coding, and people solve problems for AI too. And so I once, had doubts. What is my job? Because I used to solve these kind of problems, but now since AI solves these problems for me, then what am I going to do for the next 20 or 30 years of my career? How am I going to develop my career? So that was a new kind of conflict I had internally, but nevertheless, I think there's a lot left for the humans to do. Because computers, they're born to solve problems. So think about when the computer was first developed. It was a machine to solve issues. It's just that the algorithm became more fine-tuned and the data sets became bigger. So computers will be better skilled at solving problems going forward. But what's important is, of course, output is important, but defining the problem is more important. And people will be the party that defines problems, not solving problems going forward. So this is the SMART framework. And also, we use this SMART framework to define AI. So the problems need to be specific, they need to be measurable, and because we need to know whether the computer solved or not solved the problem. And also at the company side, when they give you a task, it needs to be sure that it's attainable and that it is relevant with the organization's direction. And also, we have to make sure that the problem is resolved or the task is solved within this set limit of time. So I'm sorry that the presentation is in Korean, but so I added 3 more slides to the presentation deck. So because I wanted to talk about how we should define problems. So it's my personal thoughts. So I use behavioral data to create behavioral prediction models. So that's my job. Then what does it mean to solve problems? If I solve the problem well, if the AI solves the problem well, then what does it mean? So surprisingly, there's not really much to think about because those thoughts are very abstract. So I think in many cases, AI would naturally do my job for me. So I think it was the same for the recommendations too, because in case of Japan and Southeast Asia, Naver Line is huge. So Line will make recommendations on, for example, financial products. So then how are we to judge whether the recommendation algorithm works well or not? And CTR is what we use to evaluate that. So higher clicks would mean people would think that higher clicks will mean that my problem is resolved better. But actually, there's more to services than clicks. So like stickiness, the loyalty, and how big the traffic gets, and how interested people are in the services and how long they stay on that page. So there are many aspects, and then what are the indexes that we need to measure? And creating an AI model without thinking about these will result in unexpected results. So I actually saw those kind of results too. So just recommendations leading to a higher number of clicks actually resulted in lower interest of the customers. So that was actually the result. So there was a negative correlation between the number of clicks and people's interest or the time spent or traffic on that page. So because we actually need to be better in predicting people's behavior and then make recommendations accordingly. But if we keep on recommending what people liked, then they will no longer find it interesting and they will not visit our sites anymore. Because they would know that they're going to land on the same page every time. So maybe those better recommendations will result in higher conversion rates and higher clicks, but the traffic will actually go down. So the same kind of result in terms of the CTR and bounce rate, the negative correlation, or higher the positive correlation. So higher click rate resulted in higher bounce rate, meaning people left as soon as they landed on the page. So resolving the issue is important, but from the business point of view, we can't really say that AI was able to resolve the business issue. So I'm not sure how much time has passed, but anyway, this is all I have prepared. So if you have any questions, please call me through this email. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kim, for your insightful presentation on hyperscale AI platform and how it's being used in Naver. Now we will move on to the second presentation. The second presentation is on AI and future job and labor issues. It will be presented by Dr. Mie Jung, a research fellow at the Science and Technology Policy Institute. Please give her a big round.
Nice to meet you all. I am Jung Mi. Today, I would like to talk about the AI and the socioeconomic impacts, especially focusing on AI and future jobs and how we can coexist with AI moving forward. So this presentation is one of the projects that we are carrying out to deal with challenging subjects that South Korea faces. So, which is about the challenges that we diagnose, and then we look into socio-economic solutions and alternatives. So that is the project that is currently going on. And so we are talking about AI in future jobs. So it's not the current problem, but it has the potential to become a future problem or challenge. That's why I will be focusing on this subject today. So today's presentation will be about Korea's AI-related job issues and the trends. So we would like to understand Korea's situation. And then AI-related issues. I don't think that there are many differences among countries when it comes to AI-related issues. So we would like to break down all those AI-related issues and then look into the integrated system, how we can solve these issues based on policies. So let us look into the impact of AI on jobs. So before talking about AI, we can talk about technology development. For instance, there were always issues that were related to jobs whenever any new technology emerged, but it didn't really have a huge impact on the socioeconomic aspect. However, humanity has been advancing with the technology development, but I believe that AI is somewhat different. So this is the major difference. It's because its impact on the industry is much more broader and wider and stronger, and the pace is also faster. So when we look into the system, we don't even have the time to replace the system, and any issues can arise from AI. So you can see in this graph, this has been presented by McKinsey in 2018. And it looked into 19 industries that can be impacted through AI. So the numbers are not really that important. As you can see, there are many industries, not only service industries, but also high-tech industries, agricultural industries, that AI will be bringing economic effects on various industries. So Korea has also published several outlook data. So how much, to what extent the labor substitution level will be. And you can see in the slide as well as in the presentation. This is the data that we've got recently. This is about the substitution possibility rate. And you can see in this slide that there are various industries, such as high-risk group of jobs and low-risk group of jobs, that will be impacted by AI industry. For instance, food and beverage industry workers will be impacted like 99% by AI. And this is based on the industry. So as you can see, the AI's impact will be actually broad in the overall industry and society. So it has been since, this is according to a news article, and maybe you all know that it was in 2016 that when the AI and job issues started to drastically increase, and in the World Economic Forum, the fourth industrial revolution was announced, and then in March the same year, as you know, the AlphaGo shock, or the game with Lee Sedol and AlphaGo happened in the same year. And since that AlphaGo shock, and through that game that was played in that year, many people started to have interest in AI, and they realized that AI could have a great impact. And since then, many related policies, news articles were published. And it's not that there was a lot of policies or economic-related investment, but since then, it slowly started to increase. And I think it was around 2010, that issues started to arise about how AI can replace jobs. And since then, in 2016, slowly that kind of a threat or threatful atmosphere started to take place. So from our organization, we have looked into AI and job-related news for the past decade. And in that process, we've realized that there are articles focusing on crisis, opportunity, and neutrality. So when it comes to crisis, as you can see in these keywords, AI can replace jobs. AI can replace work. That's why jobs can decrease, and that can lead to the reduced amount of income. So those are the basic keywords. And when it comes to opportunity, because of AI, new opportunities can be created, and people will be still working because of AI. And it can also enhance the quality of people's lives. And when it comes to the keyword of neutrality, in transitioning into an AI society, there are things that we would have to have. So we need to have a foundation, we need to have the local government in place, we need to educate people, we need to do investment. So those kinds of things have to be done. So regarding the threats or crisis, when we look into the issues, most of the issues is interlinked with many stakeholders, and it can be linked to any social crisis or conflicts. For instance, it can lead to AI substituting human jobs. People will be losing their jobs. So the labor, the workforce, management, and then related frameworks, and the government. So there could be many conflicts of interests. And in South Korea, most of the economic development is done in the metropolitan region. So it will still, and that will be accelerated due to AI. So some regions will fade, but then other regions will still develop. And then because people will be losing jobs and there will be socioeconomic impacts, we need to have a social framework in place to solve these issues. So we have to be prepared for that situation. And in that process, we have to be able to cope with those costs, and there can be intergenerational conflicts, crisis. So we should be able to be ready for that kind of a situation as well. So not only are we talking about the conflicts, but there are also opportunities and neutrality related keywords. For instance, in terms of opportunities, so when people work with AI, new work or new types of work will have to be carried out by people, and in that situation, there could be the management will have to change the type of work, and then people will be affected by that. And not only that, new types of jobs can also be created. So there could be some conflict between the new types of jobs and the old jobs that were already in place. And then when it comes to neutrality, new foundation or education can be conflicting with the existing education and existing foundations as well. So until now, I've mentioned about AIs and job-related issues that can arise in the future. So these will be the issues that arise when in the process when we are trying to accept AI in the society, and that's why we should look into the cause and effect from a system perspective. So through this cause and effect, so we will approach it from a system dynamics approach, and based on that, we believe that so not only those issues that we've read through the news articles, but technology development and the socio-economic impact, and based on those researches, we can look into the causal effect relationship. So here we can see 4 paradigms of AI's effects on jobs. So in terms of the number of jobs, we can categorize 4 AI effects. The first one would be the substitution effect of AI, and second would be the In order to introduce AI, we would have to have a direct effect as well. And in that process, there will be a spillover effect where new jobs will be created. So jobs that didn't exist before will be created after AI is introduced into the society. And then there will be an income effect. By applying AI, productivity will increase and the overall income of businesses can be increased and then new demand can be created. So that is the so-called income effect. So these are the impact of AI. And based on these effects, we will be looking into the causal loop diagram. So in order to draw this causal loop diagram, we have looked into the agents and the core subjects and the main players. So you can see in this slide that we're looking into the higher level of the issues. And here, in drawing the system diagram, we thought that AIs, development companies, and companies that are introducing AIs, and then there's the relationship there. And then so in that relationship, what impact that will have on the labor industry. So we have looked into that on a higher level. And then what are the system variables that can impact this overall relationship? So there are many variables here, and they are written in very small letters, so it's hard to see. But then here, A sector means the one that is developing AI, and C is the labor and the industries being impacted by AI. So in A sector, you can see that these businesses are introducing AI, and then there will be a direct impact, and then it will impact also the labor industry. And in the B area, there's also direct effect here in this sector as well. And then in the labor industry, there will be a spillover effect because of AI, and then there will be an income effect. And so new jobs can be created in this area. So as you can see, this diagram shows. So these are the things that we are already aware of. So the system dynamics, it looks into the real data, and then it comes up with the causal loop relationship. But this one is drawn based on our ideas. So this is based on theories and based on the news articles about our potential concerns. So this is not based on real data, but rather based on those things. And so while drawing up this causal loop diagram, and including all those variables, we found out that there are many uncertainties in drawing up this causal loop diagram, especially in terms of the number of jobs. Whether the number of jobs will increase or decrease, it is uncertain because it's not certain yet. And jobs that can be created through AI can be contradictory. So in some industries, the jobs can increase. In some industries, the number of jobs can decrease. So within a same company, the same situation can happen. So whether the jobs will increase or decrease, it's hard to predict accurately at the current point. And even before that, then we need to know the AI technology has to be introduced first and adopted first. But I will mention later on again that there are also AI-related reliability and ethics issues, and that's why that can also be connected to cost issues. That's why maybe sometimes it's not easy for some industries, for some businesses to adopt AI, and the pace of adoption can be slower than other countries or other businesses. And because of AI, in terms of new jobs being created through AI, well, that job can be a sort of new type of job, and nobody knows what kind of job it can be, what kind of work it can be, so it's hard to predict. And lastly, I would like to mention about the scope of effects on individuals' personal lives. And so that's why there are many uncertainties across the industries and across the personal lives. So this is the causal loop diagram that we've looked at for AI and jobs, and we can see how complex this issue is and how many uncertainties that this contains. And we can also understand that depending on our approach and depending on our balanced systematic approach, the result or the outcome can be different. So from this perspective, we've looked into the AI and job issues, and we would like to offer some policy suggestions. So how we can deal with this situation? So we have worked with expert group consisting of 9 experts, and in that process, in order to come up with policy recommendations, we have to look into this situation and so we have looked into the AI situation in a more dramatic way, and then we have also looked into that situation and drawn up this future scenario, and we have tried to come up with policy recommendations. And in this scenario, what we've talked about was that we can't really say that this scenario will be the accurate future, or that this will be the future, but depending on the guidelines that we provide, the scenario can be different. And so these are the limitations of these scenarios because they are not precise. So we have come up with 3 types of scenarios, and when we look into all 3 scenarios, we can come up with the summary that in the AI era, in the future of AI, the future will be very segmented and diversified. So that was the future of AI. So there will be companies developing, introducing, and companies not being able to introduce AI. There will be discrepancies and gaps between those businesses. And then there will be new jobs being created due to AI and those being abolished due to AI. And there will be new types of jobs. And the way we work will also be different because there will be increased labor flexibility due to AI or not. So it will be a different way of employment. So there will be like more freelancers or gig-based workers, and that will become a main pillar of the labor industry. So we have added those scenarios into this causal loop diagram, and we could see that some parts were even further expanded. Below, you can see the businesses that have not adopted AI, and then businesses that are having better or more digital platform power because of AI, and then there will be a few platform companies that will be creating more of the jobs. So there will be a bipolarization between businesses that adopted AI and that did not adopt AI. And I've mentioned about the causal loop diagram and the employment. So that will be even maximized in this situation. So based on these scenarios, we have come up with several predictions, and we have come up with several policy recommendations. And before I finalize my presentation, I would like to introduce these policies. So these policy recommendations are already being discussed. So how we can coexist with AI and how we can design that kind of a future. So we have to think about those issues furthermore. First, we should have a social safety net in the AI era. As I've mentioned, there will be many stakeholders and parties of interest. So we have to have a governance structure that can accompany all those stakeholders. And because of AI, there can be new income or new growth. And so we should be able to socially distribute those things. And then because of the flexible employment, there can be also some conflicts in the employment sector. So we should have a new type of insurance for employment or unemployment. So we need to have that kind of employment safety net. And traditionally, issues related to labor, the platform company should also be accountable for labor as well. And other issues are about if we have the social safety net, then there could be further opportunities that can be created through AI. So the society should be generating more AI-related opportunities. So any AI-related industries or AI-related companies should be supported so further opportunities can be created. And introducing AI, we should try to help SMEs so that they can also adopt and introduce AI in their industry. And this is also important so that we have to also foster the talents related to AI and moving forward in the AI industry. So I've talked about employment flexibility. From that perspective, education should be able to reflect all those new types of jobs and this new situation in universities and the academia, and the conventional education system should reflect this changed future. And in this era of flexible employment, then we should also have several systems in place. And lastly, what is also important in the AI industry is to have a good data infrastructure to be competitive. So within the country, if there's any AI-related imbalance, then those should be mitigated. And between countries, if there's any AI-related imbalance and anything that can affect the competitiveness of the country, then there should be a support system to mitigate that kind of gap in competitiveness. So that was the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chong, for your presentation on AI, job, labor issues, and some related policy proposals. Now we have our final presenter for session 1. It will be delivered by Professor Roberto Zicari. He's a professor at the Graduate School and Research at Yliopistoskolan Arkera, Helsinki, Finland. And Professor Zicari will talk about how to assess trustworthy AI in practice. Please give him a big round of applause.
First of all, thank you and good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for the kind invitation for attending this event. In my daily prayer, I pray for the family that lost their kids recently. The presentation today is a result of 5 years of our work, is practical work, and I'll start by giving you an example. Suppose that you are the director of a division of a hospital, maybe in radiology, and then somebody comes, maybe it's a vendor, or maybe it's a startup, or maybe it's a university spin-off, and say, Mr. Lee, there is a great, or Miss Lee, there is a great AI system that will help you to do a better job. It's more accurate. It will help your radiologist to do a more accurate diagnosis. It will help reducing cost. It will do really something good for you. Now, you are a medical doctor, likely with the education in ethics, or at least some of the principle, but you are not a technical person, so you don't really know much about AI, but you are supposed to make a decision. So how do you make a decision when you don't know exactly what you are receiving? And that's exactly the question that we've been trying to address practically. So we are practitioners, so we've been looking at real cases in the last 5 years to try to help stakeholders to make decisions and distinguish between benefits and potential risk. So, and that's basically I'll start with the first part of the presentation by giving you a perspective that we have in Europe. I'm actually based in Europe, and the European Commission has done some work there to try to define what they think is a good AI. Now, they don't call it good AI, they call it trustworthy AI. It's interesting because the word trust is actually in one of the values in some of the brochure of the organizer, and also sustainable corporate society is also mentioned. So the first thing would be to try to give some criteria, what is a good AI? And the second is really I'd like to give you a quick introduction of our process. We develop a process. When we say we is an initiative, we are a not-for-profit international initiative. We're even an association under Common Creative that we help stakeholders in a participatory way to discuss in the context of where the AI is used, whether this AI brings some ethical issues. If there, what are, list them, make trade-off, and we give recommendation. So, the European Commission has been working, in Europe there's a lot of awareness about this topic, and they try to define what for them is the definition of trustworthy AI. And they have three pillars. The first one is it should be lawful, so respecting applicable laws and regulations. Now the catch is there is not a specific law in AI, but there are plenty of laws in domains, like in healthcare, financial services, so, and all these laws are interrelated to each other. There will be a law in Europe very soon, so there is already a proposal for an AI regulation, so you should expect in 2 years' time to have a regulation of AI, at least in the European Commission. In the meanwhile, we need best practices. So lawful, whatever, you're not against laws, ethical, respecting ethical principle and value. Another question is what are these principles and who decide what are these principles? And the third one, it should be robust. But not only in the technical space, like we've seen example of adversarial attack where the AI gets kind of messed up, but also in the social aspect. So that's a really broader definition. So the whole thing, at least from the work of the European Commission, is rooted in our view of Western current democracy based on fundamental rights. So, and that's why it's important, because based on the laws and fundamental rights, they derive 4 kinds of ethical principles. The 3 of them you should be very familiar, like prevention of respect for human autonomy, prevention of harm, and fairness. You know, if you are in healthcare or in medical school, you've seen them already. But the 4th one, they invented a new word. It's not even an English word. It's called explicability, which is try to describe the difficulty sometimes to give an explanation of the output of an AI. And as every ethical principle will not help you to solve any problem, but it will give you guidelines. And as you might know, or forcefully know, there are tensions. Sometimes you like to have 2, but you can't have them both. So you have to make trade-off, or at least being able to express those. In order to get to a more operational way, the European Commission has tried to give some criteria. There are in fact 7 criteria. First one, the human agency and oversight, and there was a presentation on that where what is the role of the human being when an AI is in between now? The human might still make decisions, but how is this influenced by the AI? And to what extent the human is giving control of decision or lose control? So the second is technical robustness and safety, which is more on the technical space, which is really to look at how safe is the AI and to what extent is accurate. And then we have privacy and data governance. In Europe, at least, we have already a law on data regulation. It's called GDPR. But the law on data does not tell you anything about what you do with the data. So here is in addition to privacy. And the concept of privacy is strongly cultural and context related. The first day, I'm here 7 weeks. I mean, these are my 7 weeks of my stay in Seoul. And when I arrive here, I'm living in this tiny little alley in a house, and I saw one camera, and I said, ooh. And I saw in the second camera, I said, ooh. Then I saw the third camera, and I said to my wife, this is a bad neighborhood. Probably we shouldn't live here. See, that was my first impression. Then I understood that this is another concept, so I started to understand that there's a trade-off, there's safety and camera, but that was my first impression coming from Europe. Transparency is the other requirement, which is basically try to define that in certain situations, even if you cannot explain you should communicate. For example, there is a chatbot, you should communicate there is a chatbot, and the human person that is talking is aware that there's not a person talking to. And communication, explainability are important, even in research. Then there is a requirement called diversity, non-discrimination, and fairness. These are huge, because fairness, you know, some of you technical are maybe working very hard on fairness criteria, but fairness, if you are a philosopher, you have all this definition of fairness, and then you have all this technical definition of fairness criteria, but in between there is a domain. If you are in a hospital, it's different than if you are in a bank or an insurance company, and the context where you are makes also the definition of an acceptable fairness. There is no one definition of what is fair. And the trade-off you could get off. So I have a drug. It works very well for all of you, except for me and another person. So you would say, well, it's very accurate, but it's not very fair. So the question is, if you're able to disclose this kind of trade-off, then you're able to make better decisions. And the sixth requirement is extremely difficult because societal environmental well-being. So you see, you go from technical robustness to well-being. How you define well-being? You see, but somehow an AI system might have an impact even on the democratic process. It might even have an impact on society. The last presentation that we heard was really an interesting one because it has also some benefit. It might also bring some social unrest. And the last requirement is called accountability, which is basically the link to the legal. So something goes wrong, who's responsible? Somebody was talking about self-driving car. That's a very typical example. In Germany, they created even an attempt of a law before even having self-driving cars on the street, because of course, if something goes wrong, you have to clarify who's responsible. There have been cases in the States, unfortunately, of people that die. And this is really an issue, you know, and it has to do also with the possibility of doing auditing. It's very likely that Europe will have a law that is based on a high-risk pyramid. Higher risk AI will have a lot of conformity tests and checks, and low level will have less. But nevertheless, if something goes wrong, you should be able to do a redress. Redress means, you know, I undo something. If there was a harm, I'm already creating a harm. So better would be to do something before I use the AI. So this is on paper. Nice paper. Policymakers did a great job. It should be done for all the AI life cycle, from design up to production. But try to use it in practice. So any kind of guidelines are really nice. You should do this, you should check this, you should do this and that and that. But then you are in a real situation and you have to basically decide, what does it mean in this case? So these guidelines are not domain specific, so they do not distinguish healthcare to financial services, public administration, which has completely different rights, and they are very general. So we've been trying to then take this and put them into practice. And we created a process. So this process is copyrighted, but not because it's a company, just to protect the name. It's under Common Creative, so everybody can use it for non-commercial use. And I created an initiative of international people in the last 5 years that work on that in real examples. And we created a participatory process where different stakeholders can actually get together and look at four parts: the ethical aspects, the technical aspects, the domain-specific, and the legal parts, in order to answer the question, shall I use it in this way? Shall I use it and maybe change it? Shall I not use it at all? And it is based on several use cases. We've been working mainly in healthcare. So just to give you an idea, we've been working mainly in AI system already implemented and deployed. For example, in a hospital in Italy where they deploy in radiology under COVID. That's the last one here. The second one was at the city of Copenhagen. they're using AI when you call emergency call. I think here is 911, in Europe is 112. You call in panic and there's an AI system that listens to your conversation and supposedly help the dispatcher to distinguish whether there is a case of a cardiac arrest. And then we've been working also in design, so helping engineers and medical doctors to design a deep learning for detecting skin cancer and making them aware of these issues at design time. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to present your use case, but I'm happy to send you more information. But basically, our approach is an holistic one. There's plenty of tools around and plenty of so-called checklists. Did you do this? Did you do that? Did you do this? Very nice. You know, you have all kinds of tools, but how to put them together? So, first of all, we create an interdisciplinary team. Because if you really want to assess the trustworthiness of an AI system, you need to have different kind of expertise. Apply ethics, not philosopher, apply ethicists, people that would like to take the ethical principle to the case. Domain experts, are you in medicine? You need to have medical doctors of different kind. Legal experts, machine learning or deep learning engineers, social scientists. Bring them all together, and then you can have it in various phases. So you can have a design phase, early design. You can have it during the development. That would be the ideal. It's not happening, or at least not clearly. Most of the time, you already have made a decision and you're using the system. Now the question would be, if you do a self-assessment, for example, with other experts, you can evaluate if you're harming, even unintentionally or not. Or you could do monitoring over time, because AI is changing over time. And AI is not a fridge. When you buy a fridge, you have a label that says, this fridge has energy consumption. You have colors, right? The more green, the happier you are. But then nobody goes to your house to see if the fridge is still consuming this energy. If you have a car, you have to bring the car to inspection. I don't know about here in Korea, but in other places, every year you have to go and do some inspection. What do? You check the brakes. Somebody has decided to check the lights. But even if a car is perfectly inspected, nobody is checking the driver. Nobody is checking the condition on the street, and nobody is checking the weather condition, right? So you could have a perfectly safe car kill somebody because somebody was drunk. So what we do, we basically take people like you. This is a great group. We have policymakers, we have researchers, we have technical people. That's exactly, and maybe legal people. This is exactly the team I would like to have. And then we all sit together and we analyze the implication of the use of this AI system using what we call social-technical scenario. You see, it's not only technical, you're looking at everything else. So the aim of the system, who are the actors, what are the expectations, what are their contradictions, what are the conflict of interest, what are the processes where this AI should be or is already using for making decisions maybe, or if it's embedded in the supply chain. And what is the context? And basically define the boundary. No, you don't want to assess a government, you don't want to assess the entire healthcare system, so you need to specify the boundary what you want to assess. Now, in some cases, not in all cases, you might actually even end up to do a so-called fundamental human rights assessment. Now, in the Netherlands, I'll tell you very briefly at the end, this is required by law now, because they have an issue. So the government in the Netherlands were a very early adopter, and they use an AI system for detecting fraud. Which kind of fraud? Social fraud. So the government in the Netherlands, if you have a family with kids, 1, 2, 3 kids, and your income is low, they give you money. Some people are cheating, unfortunately. So they thought, well, we have an AI system that will do fraud detection. Unfortunately, this AI system was biased because they learned from example of people that cheated in the past that unfortunately were of a certain kind of profile. We're talking about profile, Dr. Kim was talking about profiling, and the profile was politically incorrect. Big scandal. in all the papers, political party went on board, and now they forced a requirement. If you go to the Minister of Interior of the Netherlands, you'll find this assessment. Now, this assessment is a checklist. So we say, okay, it's a very nice checklist. So is your AI system infringing fundamental rights? Now, if you're an engineer, you don't even know what is a fundamental right. I never learned in school. So how do you make this in practice? That's exactly what we're doing now in the Netherlands. But basically, you have things where you can relate fundamental rights in the cluster. Of course, there are different ways of doing it. Individual fundamental rights, equality fundamental right. Where something goes wrong, it's called procedural fundamental rights. But fundamental rights are very context and cultural dependent. So, and then, very important, we always look at sentences like, this AI system is accurate, 98%, or is better for you, or is doing a good job, or is saving time, or saving money, or is helping you. There was a presentation on exactly on lung, 5 minutes, skin cancer, is helping you to do a better prediction. We say it's a claim. And a claim without any evidence is an assumption. So what to do that? Well, how to build a claim evidence? We're using something that is normally used in other technologies, like nuclear technology. It's called claim arguments and evidence, where you basically use this framework to say, okay, I take any statement that is a claim, I do an argument, pro and cons, and I need to supply evidence, strong evidence. This is very difficult. The strong evidence could be very subjective. There was a presentation, I think, from the first keynote, there was even peer review papers could be subjective. But that's exactly one way to do it. And when you do that, you might identify so-called ethical tension and then trade-off. Now, the key thing is, if in this room, we are half of the people are engineers, and you said to these people, ethical tension, they say, I never heard about it. So, in order for us to improve and helping them, we give them examples of ethical tension. And we took a catalog. It was published by a report from the so-called Nutty Foundation in UK, policymakers. But this is very useful for people that are now trained ethicists, because, you know, accuracy and fairness, everybody understands. But let's start talking about convenience versus dignity. You lost 50% of the people in the room. But if you tell them, what does it mean convenience? What does it mean dignity? And give them an example, they might say, oh, my system is really, it's nice. It's doing something useful. But then exactly for the presentation that we said, the last presentation, might lose my dignity because the AI is taking me something out of my dignity. And this is obviously not technical at all. And you can say accuracy versus fairness, the classical example. It works very well here, but it's not very fair. That's a tension. If you present it to a stakeholder transparently, it could make a decision. And maybe the decision can be made transparent and not like, we were talking about, Dr. Kim would say, the future would be commodity with the black box. You don't see the black box. You only see the output. The less you understand, the more you need to trust. How do you trust? Okay. And then what we do, and yeah, you can do it in different ways. We map all of this issue and tension to a framework. In our case, European, but you can map it to the UN. They just published ethical principle recently. To the OECD, to the Korean one. I'm not aware if there is a Korean framework for ethical AI. If there is, I'm happy to work with some of you, because that's exactly what we could do. We can map it to this principle. And I'm finished, so I'm staying in time. So what is the purpose? We're not certifying. We're not giving you a stamp, because we're not a legal body that's certified. But we can give recommendation. And if you do it together with the stakeholders, only in the case is a self-assessment. If it's actually done outside, it's like a auditing, or it could be done in design. But eventually, you might want to say, it's good, you can use it. Or we identify some risk. Maybe you might want to do some remedies. No, this is really bad. Don't even think of using it. And if you're already using it, to take it out. Anyway, one word of what we do right now. We are working with the Ministry of Interior in the Netherlands. I have a branch of innovation. And the Netherlands has a region called province, and the province of Friesland is in the north. And we are assessing a responsible use of the AI, not in healthcare, but in agriculture. An AI that is used by the province as a prototype, looking at images of satellites to detect the concentration of pollution in the soil. We thought it was a very easy case. This is the most challenging one. Number one is the government, so how you communicate. Number two, there's a directive of the EU that force member states to reduce nitrogen in the states, in the soil. And Netherlands has a lot of agriculture, which is one of the key big source of nitrogen pollution. So you can imagine, if you look at news, farmers were protesting on the street, big social unrest. What you do with this AI system? That's the key question. This AI system is measuring, but what do you do with this? So, and we're there, so we're in the middle of that. So if you're interested, there's a website with all information. And since I'm teaching at the Seoul National University, exactly this class, this is a link of a class that I'm currently teaching. With that, I'm finished, hopefully in time. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Zakari, for your presentation on how to assess trustworthy AI in practice. Thank you once again to all the speakers for your insightful presentations on the various topics related to AI. Now we will take a moment to organize the seats for the panel discussion of session 1. Please stay with us and we'll be back in a few minutes. All right, welcome back everyone. It's now time to begin the panel discussion for session 1. I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Byung-won Park, the chair of the panel discussion for session 1. Dr. Park is a senior research fellow at the Science and Technology Policy Institute. Please give Dr. Park a big round of applause. Thank you, Dr. Park. Now the floor is yours.
Nice to meet you. I am Park Byung-won, and I will be the moderator of Session 1's panel discussion. And in panel discussion, we will be looking into and that was the title, and talking about the AI development and giving the opportunities and threats by AI. So we have listened to 3 presentations. The first one was done by Professor Kim Kyung-min from Naver, and he talked about the foundational model and that if there is scalability, then everything can be solved. So that was a very hopeful message delivered by Mr. Kim Kyung-min. And about Naver's data set. And we've also looked into the economic constraints and the credibility constraints, and those issues can be solved maybe through that scalability that Mr. Kim mentioned. And the second presentation was provided by Professor Chung Mi-ye from STEPI. And she presented about AI and the future jobs and related labor issues. So she talked about 3 things, about the system thinking, the causal loop diagram, and the policy and interpretation. So she's mentioned about 3 topics. And thirdly, in the presentation, Dr. Zakari also talked about the Z inspection related model and what is trustworthy, the definition, and about the SCCAR, what is the SCCAR, and the 4 ethical issues, and what is trustworthy, the definition of trustworthy, as well as the requirements. And he's mentioned about the models. He's mentioned about the model that can be applied So the topics were actually very broad that were presented in the presentation. So it's a little bit burdensome for me to be the moderator of such broad topics. But I would like to. Well, actually, we had two panelists invited, but because of health issues, Mr. Yong-gyun Yu was not able to attend today's discussion. So 3TQ or T3Q, Mr. Byung-hun Park is the CEO of T3Q with 100 employees. So I would like to invite Mr. Byung-hun Park, the CEO of T3Q, and listen to his comments as a panelist. Nice to meet you all. Can you hear me? So I am the president of T3Q, and it is my honor to be a panelist of today's discussion. And as a panel, I will be talking about what I felt doing business, what the clients expect from AI, and what we are doing in terms of our AI business. And for easy AI, what we have to be doing. So I would like to talk about those experiences. Thank you very much. So when we look at the keywords, I think there were three keywords. One was the huge AI or hyper size AI, and AI in jobs, and reliable AI. So these were the three keywords that we've just mentioned. And about the hyperscale AI, I believe that there are also many concerns regarding hyperscale AI. For instance, currently there are platform companies, and these platform companies are doing a lot of investment, substantially, of course, because they are affluent enough. And these platform companies, although they're doing a lot of contribution to the society, but they're also taking up much of the pie. So there can be some unfair issues because of these unfairness issues because of these platform companies. But still, hyperscale AI is the direction that we are moving towards too, which means that there could be unfairness issues and technology polarization in the market. So we have to think about how we can solve these issues that are being accompanied by hyperscale AI. So Mr. Kim Kyung-min from Naver, maybe you can mention about that. So I think it's a very complex question, difficult one. And Naver has, of course, a lot of data, but we don't have that much data because even though we accumulate a lot of data, we always need more because there are problems that require more data. Naver, also we have shopping related data, but then there are also other fields as well. So today I talked about the user's behavior prediction data. So understanding the user is very difficult because myself, I don't know what I'm going to do in the next step or after a couple of minutes. So for AI to know that, to predict that, I think it's even more difficult for the AI to know. And Naver has a lot of data compared to other companies, that's right. But for other service domains, if other companies would initiate, I believe that they would also have other new opportunities because it's not that digital platforms will be taking up all the data. Other new entrants can also accumulate new types of data as well. So I believe that we can collaborate. Of course, there can be some conflicting areas, but I believe that companies can collaborate in using that data. But then, in terms of competitive power, or computing power, we have to invest in the computing power. And initially, it will require huge investment to be equipped with computing power. But moving forward, I believe it will get easier. So if you have any comments, okay, then I would like to continue. And I would like to ask all three of you a couple of questions that I've thought about and then receive your comments. And if you have any questions in the process, you can also ask. So, Mr. Kim, I think that the human society is a complex one, right? We say it's a complex adaptive system. So, to what extent can AI reach the level of complexity so you've mentioned about emergence and that it has to be controlled through a bottom-up approach. And secondly, so I think the bottleneck of the foundational development, I think it could be I think psychological issues can be the bottleneck about. So maybe there are any other issues related to scalability, data set. Those kinds of issues can be solved, but I think multidiscipline and in terms of research. So how can NAVER solve those related issues in the long term? And to Dr. Chung Mi, my question would be, you've talked about labor and job issues related to AI. And this impact is more like a functional time. So there are short-term impacts, but also long-term impacts. But you've mentioned about, so how can we differentiate the short-term and long-term impact? And secondly, for jobs and work and sectors and functions, I think they will have all different impacts. So in terms of the Korea-specific context, what are the special impacts or something will work in Korea, for instance, Naver and those kinds of companies will be successful, but then there will be things that will not be successful in the Korean context. So what do you think about that? And we would like to know about your insights and research and development in that regard. And for Professor Zikari, my question would be, so I think you've defined the toolkit very systematically, and when you do the practical application, then what are any challenges that you felt or any shortfalls that you felt? Maybe you need more data sets or you need more collaboration with industries, or so what are the challenges that you feel in doing your work? So maybe you can elaborate on that, please. And of course, you might have a partner in Korea, and you would like to do the application. So maybe you can also talk about your motivation in that regard as well. Thank you for those very difficult questions. And as a person doing AI, I believe that psychology is one of the bottlenecks, and in order to solve issues, we need more data. But if we say more data, then not only domain limited, but also we need other domain related data. So for the domains that we have, for instance, shopping or cafes and blogs, or we can use that. But other than that, if we would digitalize all data in this world, in that case, then Naver doesn't have that much data because there's so much data in the world. And to understand the psychology of human, we have to digitalize that as well. But right now, we just have analog data, and there are data that we cannot still acquire yet at this level. So I've talked about the foundational model, but the future of AI should be causality, to do reasoning. Right now, the big model is doing correlation very well. So the correlation between A and B, and how high is that correlation level, whether A is causing B or B is causing A. So this can be done very well. If A is done, then B is done, and then C is done. But to understand what is happening in this world, that is also necessary. So personally, I think, from my perspective, we need even more data. I would like to make everything that exists in this world into data. even common sense, common knowledge, if we could make that into data, and even the psychological aspects of human, in order to solve problems, maybe to make people's psychologies into data, maybe I mean, it's a cyberborg, right? We might have to attach some devices and to get some biorhythms and signals from the body, but then we will be able to know the status of the human and predict the next step of the human. But that is just my personal opinion, not from Naver. So we need more data. We want to digitalize everything, and everything is very complex. And as you said, there are also ethical issues, and there's also privacy-related regulations, but this cannot clarify all the issues. For privacy, there's also a gray area, which means that if I do this, then maybe I might violate or I might not violate personal privacy information. So in order to solve problems, to use more data, then we should be able to clarify those gray areas that is related to privacy. I think it should be a step-by-step approach. Thank you very much. So I think it's like an infinite loop. So we need to collect data continuously. Once we create something, we need to have more data and data. And so I think it was a philosophical question, maybe. You want to digitalize or make everything that exists in this world into data. So then we have to think about what will be the optimal portfolio. So I think it's very complex. And Dr. Chung Mie, you've also mentioned about the time and the space and the impact and about the scalability. So I think my question is about my research. So in the beginning, when we conducted our research, we've looked into that time because this is about the future. We are predicting the future, and we're not talking about the current situation. And then we're also talking about AI, of which the technology development is accelerating. So we had to think about the time period, and there were many discussions going on. And we've looked into a lot of material, and we had many workshops with experts. And then we came to this conclusion that every expert in every field, the AI's development or future was different depending on the field, depending on the expert. So when we were drawing up this scenario of AI's future, first we looked into the 10-year future, but maybe now we can look into a little bit more than a decade. And then maybe we can look into 20 years from now. So it's not that it's in the very far future, but so we were expanding, we were scaling up that time that we could predict. So that's how we approached this project. And we had to draw up this economic society diagram, and we had to look into all those industrial outlook data. So there's a lot of data that we could use, and by doing so, we've looked into those major industries and what AI's impact would be on those industries. And so uploading this as a system we thought might be difficult. And what we've done is that we didn't divide it by sectors. So the level of AI, even if the sector can accommodate that AI, but if there's a direct impact on people, or if it's a sensitive industry or sector, let's say it's finance, then the level of AI could be different. The level of AI that can be adopted, for instance, the financial sector. In CS, for instance, they cannot use it because it's a customer satisfactory level, so they couldn't use AI, and there's a great impact on that level. So depending on the industry, depending on the sector, the level of AI, how much it can be used, can be different. And in some sectors, some industries, AI can be used as a supplementary function. So in our research, we looked into the systems, and when doing the research, we looked into the sectors. We looked by sectors, and as a result, but that was, yeah.
So, as for the Korean context, well, at the national level, well, if we talk about the industry level, then maybe I have more to say. But if you look at the country-specific situation, well, actually there could be like a regional imbalance, meets AI. Then how can this problem be augmented, for example? So there was those concerns raised. Okay, so at the end, so country specific, actually, I actually meant culture. So as Professor Zikari mentioned about the cameras, for example, in Korea or in China, being, filmed by the camera, we don't feel that much disturbed. However, it's not the same in other countries. So at the initial stage of data gathering, acceptance could be a barrier in some countries. And in some countries, like in Korea, acceptance, people are more favorable towards it, the data collection. So in case of Naver, so usually how long are your plans? Like 10-year plans, 20-year plans? Because that's at the country level. But at the corporate level, how long are your plans, the time frame? Well, I think it will differ by problems or issues. So recently, situations are evolving quickly. So now long-term projects are very rare. So technology-wise, maybe 1 or 2 years of technological development plan are most common. And as Dr. Chung mentioned, in terms of policy implication, there's the time issue and the urgency issue. So that is the reason I asked you that question. And then the question to Dr. Zikari was about the, validity of the inspectations and the hurdles that you felt or the barriers you felt while implementing it in practical life. And also, is there any room for collaborative projects with Korea going forward? So are you willing to?
Thank you. Can I make a comment on his comment? Sure. Okay. I think so. It should be on. So I'm not particularly sure that you can reduce man in data. I mean, we have a soul that you can put in data. So I understand the goal, but I don't really share the vision because I don't think we can reduce ourselves to data. We can certainly do a lot of good stuff with data, but we're human. We're human. We're not data. If it would be data, we could be replicated. I'm actually very scary when I hear that because this is very philosophical. Now you ask me a question very practical. So we learn a lot because one of the things I learned that if you put together people like, a philosopher, applied ethicist, 2 or 3 medical doctors of different kind, like a dermatologist that sees one patient at a time, and a evidence-based medicine, so they see it in statistical way, they disagree. The experts disagree on evidence. So evidence is not something that you can supply and say, hey, there's an evidence. Science change over time, but evidence, for example, when you are in an area where the AI might actually endanger democracy, what do you get the evidence? In science, at least you have some kind of criteria that we can relate it to. And so the most difficult thing was to acknowledge that there is tension between evidence and experts, and also how to converge with people that normally are in silos. The legal scholar talk among themselves, the medical doctor talk among themselves, the deep learning engineers talk among themselves, but how you make them talking to each other is extremely difficult because you have overlapping of terminology, different meanings, but eventually, and this is already the presentation here, if you are not all connected to each other, then you are in silos. And each one has his own, and there are conflicts and contradictions. So the most interesting challenge was to learn out of the process. Every case was different. Too long. The cases were too long. We wish to have it shorter. And since you mentioned something interesting, so I'm here not only to teach, but I would love to have one case, a real case in Korea. For me, it would be amazing. But with people here. And then we have some experts maybe from abroad, but that would be very nice to try to see how does it work here, and maybe map it to principle and context that is Korean, because I'm pretty sure you said about the camera. My personal experience is that after 7 weeks, I feel okay with the camera. But at the beginning, I didn't feel okay, not at all. So that's funny. So that's in short.
Yeah, thanks. 혹시
So any additional comments? Well, in fact, we are generalizing AI, and we have created, like CS 2.0 has created a 훈민정음 AI version. But the most important thing is, well, people think that AI is going to replace me. No way. And then the other hurdle after that phase is, well, people overcome that barrier when that AI turns to be beneficial for the customers. And then there's the other thing. So we created a search engine, for example. So, however, currently audio and visual files cannot be searched. But once we are able to do that, for example, with the current technology, audio files can be textualized and they can be searched. But for example, if all of those like 80% of all of those jobs can be done, so engineers would think that, okay, we have translated 80% of your audio file into text files, but the customers would think that you threw away 20% of my files. So that's another hurdle. So that's the kind of hurdles we always come across. So based on data, people will evaluate. So whether a person does things, AI does things, there's not much difference. However, of course, there's a time difference. So a person will take like 20 years to do something, which a machine can do in 2 hours. But things like data, based on the same data, things that could not be done by people can not all be done by AI. So we should not overtrust artificial intelligence. So what I'm asking for is, so there's the rear camera on your cars, right? So think about how you first felt about those rear cameras when they were first adopted. I think it's the same with the AI. So when the rear cameras were adopted, people did not really rely on them when they were parking their cars. However, most people here in this room, I believe, cannot park their cars without rear cameras now. So that is how time is required for us to adapt to the evolving world. It's the same for AI. We say that AI is used everywhere, but actually it is not. But eventually, in the places where you operate, AI is already there and they are welcoming you. And sometime soon, this AI will not be something special, but it's going to be something very common, very universal. And if you feel uncomfortable, or if you feel there's any ethical tensions, for example, well, still, AI is a tool used by a person. It's a supporting tool. But once we go to the next stage, when AI really substitutes human beings, then it will be the next new world. So absorption of technology, taking time, is all natural. And also what's interesting is, we forget our past, how we adapted to the things that we feel common now or natural now. So the way I feel it, smartphone was first introduced in 2008. So it's been 15 years since it's been in the market. And I think the world have actually changed before and after the smartphones. And I think people don't really remember the world before that, how you used to pick up your phones to, call people, for example. And also people like me, who are old. We do have some memory, but children who are born just recently, they were born with smartphones and they were, born into a connected reality. So everything, all the devices they see around them need to be connected. That's natural for them. So it's different. For them, it's natural. That's the world they were born into. But for us, there has to be a perception gap because we had to adapt to those changes. So I think it's the same with the AI. So the behavior, the attitude, acceptance toward technology are different between generations. So I want to open the floor for questions, but
Can I make a comment? Sure. Exactly on the example of text. So we had this case in the city of Copenhagen, and they have this emergency service 112, so 911. So you call and you're in panic because somebody is unconscious on the floor. So whoever calls is a bystander, and he's a dispatcher, so he's a paramedic, and he's supposed to ask questions so to see what you're talking to. If he understands that this person has a cardiac arrest means that the electrical signal of the heart are like this, no more. You do cardiopulmonary resuscitation, and so you instruct the guy to do that. So since they were failing to understand the 45% of the cases, so they said, let's take an AI. Now, the interesting thing about the AI is also taking audio files, and the designer makes a decision to take only the transcript of the text and avoid all the noise. Why? Because if they recorded the noise, if there was a bus coming or a dog barking, the AI was not accurate. But to do this decision, the AI is not able to understand more than the conversation. So if the guy is doing some sound, the AI has no idea. So that's what I wanted to say, that there are design decisions made by medical doctors, people like Dr. Kim, that have a fundamental implication on the output. And if you're not aware of that, and nobody talks about it, then you have a tool. I mean, it's like an Alexa that says, alert, cardiac arrest. Nobody cares. In reality, in the real case, they deploy, and they didn't care. And that's why they ask us to do the assessment, because they didn't care. So this is more than simply, you have to understand what happened. So, and I think this is why AI is so difficult. It's not like the rear of the car.
리스폰스를 하셔도 되네.
You may respond. So I would like to share my thoughts about the comments. So we are in the third AI boom, but still a lot of issues are unresolved. And also at our company, there are questions about how we should use AI. And, a lot of applications are being made with AI. And then what we need to think about is how much of what kind of issues will AI be used to resolve? I think there should be like a consensus in advance. So thinking that, okay, AI is going to bring a lot of money for our company, that should not be a goal or objective. But there should be like a pain point that you want to resolve with AI first. So you should be able to understand what your issue is. And then you should check whether the currently available AI can scratch your back for you. So that kind of consensus should be made in advance. And based on that understanding, you should be using AI. So, and then you could say, okay, I wanted to have 100 by using AI, but it only gave me 80. And also there's this parameter, and I attained this much of the parameter, but I attained actually this much. So you should get a measurable performance. So how much of your problem AI will solve for you? There should be some indexes, KPIs. And in order for us to prevent the third AI winter, I think that prior consensus is very important. So it's a sort of expectation management, I would say. It's because AI is not infinite. Because it's going to be possible, it's going to do a certain level of tasks, but then there's going to be some gray area, and then there's going to be, unattainable area. So of course, the people in the researchers will want to, attain the unattainable, and also you will need to manage the expectation of the general audience. And I think that's one of the homework for the experts. So it's the same for general management. So the disaster management too, because there was this incident in Itaewon 2 days ago, but we can't prepare 100% for everything. So technically yes, but again there's a psychological barriers, cultural barriers. So we need to mix all of this, and that remains a challenge for all of us. So I mentioned that I will open the floor for questions. So if any of you in the audience have any questions, please raise your hand. But no more comments, just questions, please. Because I think our discussion was very, productive, so maybe there's no question. So we have a few minutes left. So I want to ask a question to Dr. Chung. She works with the social technical system and the implication of the AI. So maybe the backside or the back end of the technology. So the implication of the AI that people understand. I mean, do you think there's sufficient understanding in the public? Do you think there needs to be more learning? And what are the limitations that you face when you go on site with the technology? So actually, my question is, well, so there's like the 2-year project, right? And then there's a 20-year implication that we need to think about. And then there are the ethical issues and tensions that we, come across all in the while. So it seems that we have like multi-layered discussions at this point. So because I'm raising this question to Ms. Jung, because Dr. Jung, because I'm asking for a more like a long-term perspective in terms of the implication of AI. So we work on the 10-year, 20-year future scenario development. I mentioned that earlier. And so there were some limitations in that process because the people in present, of course, we want to have a future-oriented perspective, but still we are bound to the present conditions. So as one of the speakers mentioned, as you mentioned, the current generation were born into a different world. They will have a different interaction or relationship with AI than us, and they will be the focus or the center of the future in 20 years. And then what was interesting was, we also thought about a very extreme future bipolarized event. And one of the policy recommendations that we came up with in that process was, well, I mean, the policies that we're already and also we thought about that policy recommendation with the policies we already had, and we found out that all of those things that we thought were very future-oriented were already being discussed at this point. So to this future that we are heading, where people will coexist with AI, well, we think that the job substitution effect will not be as big as we worried. But very gradually, little by little, I think we need to deepen our conversations, like robot cells, and because the discussions have begun, but I think they will need to gain more depth. And lastly, I would like to give last 2 minutes to the three speakers to close. First of all, Dr. Kim, and then Professor Zikari, and then Mr. Park. So I'll give each of you 2 minutes. So I talked about the foundation model, and in the next few years, the foundation model applications will be developed more and more. So when there were no app stores, all of these applications did not exist. But after the App Store was developed, then a lot of applications were developed. So I think the App Store functioned as a platform. So I think it will be the same with the AI. So a lot of additional supplementary AI, models or applications will be produced in the next few years. So that's how I cautiously predict the foreseeable future. But of course, the pave is not smooth. In order for us to go that way, the privacy law, the gray areas of the privacy law will need to be resolved with clarity in order for AI to be used for the people to benefit from. So once a lot of practical cases are shared, I'm sure it will be helpful for the application developments and the policy developments too. And I think that's it for me. Dr. Zikari?
So for me, I would be very happy if at the end of this panel, you bring in your organization this awareness of what does it mean to use AI for people. And you have different roles and you have different responsibility. And if you are able to have that within your place, this is amazing. So we reach out to the important people, and you are the one that can make it happen. So we can give a message. If you believe it and you feel it's good, then you have other people with you, and that's how it works. So that's exactly my hope and my wish.
Well, regarding AI and jobs, well, we conducted the research this year regarding AI and jobs, but well, the result is, my conclusion is that we need more discussions, the developer side and also the implication side. So I think there is room for more conversations to set the direction right. And as we worked on this project, we were able to, talk with industry experts, technological experts, policy experts, and what I felt was that, well, of course, we were not able to touch upon everything, but it feels that, people were able to share or gain new perspectives or insights as we talked in an interdisciplinary manner. So I think more conversation need to take place going forward. At the forum today, I felt that the society is very healthy. The reason is Naver or T3Q. There are companies that develop AI, and there are also parties that are concerned about the implication on the society. So as an engineer, well, Mr. Kim here is also an engineer, and I feel confident. And I want to make sure that AI is easy enough to be accessed by everybody. So that's why we created the 훈민정음 tool. So as long as somebody has an objective and the data, they will be able to use this AI, and that is the way we are going. Thank you. Again, thank you to all three presenters, and also thank you, Mr. Park, for joining us for the panel discussion. And also thank you, audience, for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for the insightful discussion. I'm sure it was a very fruitful discussion for all of you. Now it's 3:30 p.m. We will have a 10-minute coffee break, so please be back in your seats by 3:40 p.m. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the break. Now we will begin session 2 of today's forum. The agenda of session 2 is AI and the new sciences, and our following 3 presenters will give presentations on the topic in more depth. Now allow me to introduce the first presenter of session 2. Our first presenter is Professor Bo Hyung-han, and he is a professor in the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering at the Seoul National University. His presentation is titled Artificial Intelligence, Advances and Challenges. Now, our next presenter for session 2 is Dr. Sang-Soo Han, a principal research scientist at the Korea Institute of Science and Technology. Dr. Han will talk about AI-driven paradigm shift of materials R&D. Please give him a big hand.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you. Okay, I will take off my mask for the presentation. So my name is Sang-Soo Han from the KIST Computational Science Research Center. I majored in material science, and I want to talk about how AI-driven researches will be conducted in the future. So as you can see in this slide, in around 2015, data has been popular in material science too. So the boom came a bit late compared to other areas, and the reason I will talk about later, but actually it's really difficult to create the data set for materials compared to other areas. And also, as you can see here, data-driven science, we think, will bring the fourth paradigm shift. Then what is the reason for such paradigm shift in material science? So I think basically there are 2 reasons. First is efficiency. So the new methodology makes us possible to develop new materials more efficiently, more quickly. And secondly, using AI and the data set, we can do things that we could not do before. So these 2 things, I think, are the drivers of the paradigm shift. And this will be the focus of my presentation today. First of all, so how can the data-driven approach accelerate material design? So what does it mean? I will make it very simple, and I have drawn this picture in a very simple, as a very simple illustration. So the X is the material and Y is the property of the materials. And then there we have the M and P data sets. So all of these blue dots represent discrete data sets. But here, when we conduct data-driven research, it means that we change these discrete data set into continuous functions. And we see the correlation. We try to understand the correlation between the data set and the material. And as you can see here, so the green line can be a correlation line, but the red line can also tell a correlation story. And as everybody will say that the red line has a better depiction of the correlation than the green line. So the data and the material correlation, if that can be presented in a mathematical way, then we'll be able to understand the property of a material when it is used someplace. So that is how the data-driven approach is used to accelerate material design. So here, The blue dots represent data, and the red line or the green line represent the machine learning algorithm. So in order to do the data-driven research, we need database. And as mentioned earlier, in the materials sector, it is relatively more difficult to build the data set. So these are the currently open source material sources, and they are mainly focused in computational data. So these are computational data of properties of the materials. Computation is, of course, important, but we also need to have experimental data. And we need to have some place to store these experimental data, and we have a long way to go in this regard. So in order to build the experimental DB, there are two things to do. One is the human side, do experiments. So maybe it could be duplication of experiments, and that would incur additional time and cost. And second aspect is literature. So, there are many, lots of material-related publications and literature that are already available. Of course, a researcher needs to make data, but efficiency-wise, extracting data efficiently from existing literature will let us create an experimental database in a quicker manner. So the data extraction method is where we are focusing on at this moment for this purpose. But here, if we look about the material development process, so we synthesize the materials, and then we develop the material, and then we see the structure, we analyze the structure, and we evaluate the properties. And through this process, we collect the material data. And there are vast variety of data, and all of these could already exist in the literature in terms of text, in forms of text, in forms of image, and in forms of tables. So through the natural language process, we need to be able to extract the type and the kind of data that we want to have, and that is actually very difficult. And also, materials can be applied in many ways. So these are the technologies types of technologies are where the future investments will probably be made. And with this process, we can develop new materials too. And there was an actual case in UC Berkeley. Well, this is a publication released by UC Berkeley. So they created a new material. However, they didn't do any new experiments. However, they analyzed 3 million abstracts from 3 million papers, and they analyzed them, and then they realized they were able to come up with a correlation between a material and the properties, and they were able to develop a new material without doing any experimentation at all. So we think that materials should be developed through experiments, but just by analyzing existing data, new materials could be developed. And that is why we think AI could be a driver of development in material science. And we are also very much interested in natural language processing for this purpose. So I would like to share a few examples. So in the last 4 years, from 2017 to 2021, we analyzed the abstracts, title, journal information, and affiliations from 300,000 materials. And then we categorized them by country, by themes, and by sectors categories. And so first, this is a categorization based on countries. So top 5 keywords for each country is what we have done. So you can see that neighboring countries focus on similar topics. Like here, China, Korea, Australia, India, the Asian Pacific countries focus on the similar area of researches. And at the bottom, UK, France, Germany, Spain, these 4 European countries focus mainly on the same topic. But what's particular about Japan is that they share the same keyword with Europe, and European countries. So we deal a lot with energy-related materials, and there is a academic publication called Joule. And we had a very maybe naive thought, but we thought we might be able to get some good data from the analysis of these papers. So first, we found that there was gaining interest in solar energy, but CO2 reduction, only three papers dealt with that. And in case of nature energy, you could see that energy policy is at the top of the interest, and nature materials focused a lot on bio. So you could see that each of the journal has different areas of interest. And also, as mentioned earlier, you could see that, so the bottom charts show the global breakdown, so the global trend and the South Korean trend and the US trend. And also what we are doing is, so after you write the manuscript, then where do you think, we have created an AI application that could suggest, which journal is more likely to publish your manuscript. So based on that, we are able to conduct studies that were only imagined before. So NLP requires database. And then there's some things to think about in terms of material science. One is standardization of materials data. So what does that mean to standardize material data, and why is it important? So I am sharing you an example. So this is a process of synthesizing a material. So we need a precursor, reductant, solvent. So we need all of these. But one researcher calls it reductant, and one researcher calls the same thing a reducing agent. So it's the same thing called by different names. But when you're building a database or when you're doing the NLP, all of these need to be standardized, and so that is the so-called standardization of the material science language. And whether they are related with characterization, property, or process. So we needed to have managed the hierarchy of the terminologies too. So we were able to, standardizing the hierarchy or the meaning or the expression of the materials data is very important, and then it will be easier for us to use the data set going forward. Okay, now we have produced data based using the NLP and AI, and then we need to use that data. It means using that data means that we want to develop new material, and this is an area AI could play a big role. So because things that we could not done in experiences or computing science can be done by AI. I think there are, 3 technologies will be developed in terms of new material development using AI. First is in terms of computational science. So one is to predict the material property when a material structure is like this. So it means that we need to keep on changing play with the material structure to come up with new properties. And this will be much more simplified if we use AI. So we can use it reversely too. By just playing with the properties, we can come up with what material this is. And also before we only looked at the correlation, but now we can also look at the process too. So this is the material I want. And what should be the process conditions to make this material can be configured using the AI. And also there's the characterization data where we can use the AI technology. AI will be able to automatically analyze characterization data in the future. So these three are the main technologies, I think, that will be developed going forward. And this inverse design had been analyzed by KIST for the area of catalyst. And using this, we actually did develop a new material and also automated analysis also can use this characterization technology. So we created that AI model to make this possible. So far it was about producing data, generating data, and using data, and what kind of AI technologies will be developed going forward. And now I want to talk about something else. So up to now, I talked about the software side. But now, that is not it. I think there's going to be another layer added to the material science, because thinking about the social environment, there's the COVID-19 pandemic, which posed many restrictions to our researchers. Because now the researchers need to be conducted in an environment without any boundaries. And that will be a big limitation for Korea. Because in Korea, because of aging, not many people will be in universities going forward. So who are going to run the labs going forward? And also, after the Third Industrial Revolution, there's an issue that we need to think about when we create the experimental data. So according to the skill and the experience of the researcher, the quality of the research may differ. So there's going to be some limitation in terms of developing quality data sets. So therefore, we need to have a new kind of approach. There could be many approaches, of course, but I think AI could be an option we could think about. So that is what I would like to talk about for the remainder of the time. So using robot immaterial. Excuse me. Well, robots used to be used in material science, especially for repetitive experiments, for example. So like synthesis experiments, for example. But, well, using automatic robots for repetitive experiments was much more efficient, time-wise and cost-wise. But then there's an issue. They are automated. Automatic is the word I want to focus on. So it means that the experimental conditions should be set by the person, by the researcher. These robots only perform the experiments under the conditions set by the people. Of course, their support will accelerate the experiments, but how can we further accelerate the experiments? So I think we need to add the AI function to this automatic robots. So with this AI function, so maybe AI can think of the optimized route to develop the new material that I desire. So conceptually, we are aspiring to build an autonomous lab, which is further developed from the automatic robot. So it's conceptually, I think it's very similar to autonomous driving. So in case of autonomous driving, you only input the destination, and then the car will drive itself. It's the same with autonomous lab. So the researcher will input into the system that this is the new material that I want to develop, and then AI will decide on the optimized route and conduct the experiments. So this is like a dream in our area. Will this be possible? I'm not sure. Well, since a few years ago, there was some movement towards this direction. And in the UK, the AI robot actually developed an organic optical material. So, however, automated experiments for 10 variables require 100 experiments. But with the AI function installed, only 688 experiments were required over like a 1-week period of time. So more experiments needed, AI could play a bigger role. So the future research lab for material development is like this. It's currently a researcher set the hypothesis, set the conditions, run the robots and experiments and so on. And automation will be a good accelerator, but I think there will be a step forward. So AI will be conducting the experiments by themselves. So ultimately, I think the future will be the closed-loop research process, not only material science, but I think this kind of closed-loop research process will be applied in many other areas too. So under such circumstances, from about 3 years ago, KIST has been building autonomous labs in nanomaterials, for example. So it's not finished yet, but the middle part is where the nanoparticles are synthesized and where the optical properties are automatically evaluated by robots. So I'm going to share a video clip. So the robot in the middle is going to conduct a chemical experiment. By moving the vials. It's pouring the solvents, and after synthesis, it moves it to the next table, and it evaluates the UV optical properties. So synthesis, analysis, assessment, all of those will be stored in our data set. And based on that data set, the optical route will be calculated, and the AI will be running the second round of experiment using that or following that optimal route. So all the steps that used to be done by a human can be digitalized. So digitalized here means that each of the steps can be controlled in precision. So the manual labor that is currently required, the incoherent results of the experiments according to the researcher will no longer exist. So in the same lab, 2 people conducted the same experiment, that the results were different. But now with the use of AI and the robots, all of the conditions can be controlled, and so the result of the experiments will be the same. So that's how important the autonomous robots will be going forward. So will the AI make the new material that we want by itself? So 600 nanometer of UV wavelength is what we want to create. So after 8 or 9 experiments, AI actually did succeed in developing this UV length of 600 nanometer based on the optimal route it has found out. So that was about the material science. And there is something else that we need to consider. So autonomous lab basically means unmanned lab. So from a glimpse, it looks like it's going to be safe because people will not get hurt inside the lab. But then there could be other kind of safety issues because there are no people there. For example, if we run the lab for 24 hours, then the motor might be damaged, and the one chemical might be poured into a wrong place, and maybe a cylinder would break because of that. So safety-related technologies need to be developed in tandem with the AI development. So there could be many kinds of safety technologies. But we talked about the AI computing vision research. So I want to show you a video clip for a chemical experiment. You know, the vials are the basics, and having them accurately positioned is very important for the experiments. So we can use the computers. So the green light shows that they are positioned well, but the red light shows that they are, inaccurately positioned. So if any of the red situation is detected, then it will be alerted to the researcher in the other office. So this is the end of my presentation, and likewise data collection, data utilization, and use of AI in material science, I think has a huge potential. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Han, for your interesting presentation on AI-driven paradigm shift of materials and R&D. Now, our last presentation is on advancing health through technological innovation and AI, and Professor Chi-Tek Lim will deliver it. He is a professor and director at the Institute for Health Innovation and Technology of the National University of Singapore. Please welcome Mr. Lim with a big round of applause.
This is the only Korean I know, so I'm going to give this presentation in English. But before I start, I just want to express my deepest condolences to the family who has lost ones in the Itaewon tragic incident, and also speedy recovery for those injured. Even as a non-Korean, it actually deeply shocked and saddened me to hear about this. I also want to thank the organizers for inviting me to share with you some of the technologies we've developed, which actually couple with AI to see how we can better treat and also diagnose patients. So let me first start with this slide. We know there's this quite well-known paper published in 2021, and it says that there's no AI without data. But I would like to add that there's no data actually without technology. And certainly technology actually plays a very important part, not only in enabling us to collect data, but also collect good quality data. So I'm currently heading this institute, which is called the Institute for Health Innovation and Technology at the National University of Singapore. And in this institute, we are actually focusing on developing health technologies, and we want to see how we can advance health through technological innovation. So we do actually work very closely, firstly with the clinicians to better understand what are some of the clinical challenges and needs they have. And then we work together with them to see if we can innovate and develop very innovative technologies that can help them solve the problems. But more importantly, in the institute, we also try to incubate those technologies and eventually bring them from the bench to the bedside and the industry and the market. Hopefully with this, we can have a positive impact on not only the patients, but also doctors and society. So we do collaborate not only with the hospitals, but also the industry to bring our technologies and research outcomes to have it used in the hospital itself. So what we're trying to do actually is try to tackle three grand challenges. One is in terms of prevention. If we can prevent a disease from happening, then that's great. But if we can't, then let's go for early detection. As we know, if a disease is detected early, then the chance of treating the patient is much higher. However, if the patient is sick, then we try to go for precision therapy because as humans, we are all very different individuals, and the kind of treatment we need to undergo can vary from person to person. So these are some of the great challenges that we're trying to tackle at our institute. And of course, with regard to data and AI, we know that we need data to help us do some important analysis so we can better diagnose and treat patients. So if you look at this particular slide, there are many different ways that data can be collected. So for example, medical imaging is one which has been spoken by a few speakers, and medical imaging, really taking images and see how we can use AI to help us better diagnose a patient. Of course, there's also inpatient health monitoring, where the patient's in the hospital and we are always continuously collecting, for example, blood pressure, heart rate, and so on. Of course, examination is something where the patients come in to see a doctor and then undergo examination, and then what we do is we take a one-time point of the readings of the patient whenever the patient comes in. Of course, there's also others like laboratory tests, patient-generated health data that's actually obtained from patients as well. However, most of the current AI that's been deployed in healthcare actually is focusing on electronic healthcare records. And because of this, it provides very limited and very biased view of a patient's health. And the reason is because we normally see a doctor if we have symptoms, if we are sick. Sometimes we go for annual health screening, so we know about the condition of the person on a yearly basis. However, we believe that the wearables would be one technology that can be deployed to help us continually monitor a patient's or users' health status and condition. And we believe that wearables actually can not only advance health, but also improve treatment outcomes and also help to reduce healthcare burden eventually. So there's this very interesting Time article that talk about never offline and wearable devices that's been used. And of course, for us, many of us, even myself, I do wear Apple Watch, and the Apple Watch actually continually measuring actually my heart rate and so on. So we believe that such data, actually wearable data coupled with AI, can not only help us to understand the person's health, but also their health risks, and eventually how we can be able to manage their health conditions. In fact, if you were to look at this chart, wearables is starting to become more and more adopted, and you can see the growth rate is actually the compound annual growth rate is actually 25.7%. Actually, we're still at a very early stage, but I believe as time goes by, more and more of these wearable devices, not only related to diagnosis, but therapy will be eventually deployed, not only in the hospital, but also at home. So this is actually a kind of a busy chart, but these are some of the technologies that developed in my own lab, and we have been developing quite a number of different technologies, and some of them relates to wearable devices. So in interest of time, I will actually share with you three particular technologies that we developed. One is in terms of a smart insole that is used for diabetic patients. Second is a smart bandage for wound monitoring, and the third is we developed a haptic glove for health metaverse. So let's go to the first technology we developed. So this relates to a wearable sensor, and we are trying to solve the problem of diabetes. So a number of years ago, about maybe 5-6 years ago in Singapore, the government declared a war against diabetes. And the reason is because in Singapore, there's a very high incidence of the population contracting diabetes. In fact, the risk is probably ranked among the top in the world. And one of the reasons is because of diet, and second is because of ethnicity. So if you look at Singapore itself, we have, it's a multiracial society, right? A country, we have Indians, Malays, and Chinese. The Indians are the most susceptible to diabetes, followed by Malays, and then the Chinese. And we know that it's not just in Singapore alone, but in the whole world itself, 1 in 11 adults actually has diabetes. However, if you look at those who are undiagnosed, actually 1 in 2 diabetes have gone undiagnosed. So a number of us here may actually already have diabetes, but we do not know. And that could be at the pre-diabetic stage, which can be reversed. But once we contracted diabetes, then we will not be able to reverse that. And also 12% of the global health expenditure is actually spent on diabetes. But diabetic patients itself is actually something that they have to live for life, and it's also considered a chronic disease. So there are a number of complications that arise from diabetes. So blindness, kidney failure, heart attack, stroke are some of the complications arising from diabetes, but there's one that relates to foot diabetic ulcers, and that's once they have foot diabetic ulcers, that means the patients have to actually go to the hospital on a regular basis to have their ulcers or wound checked. And it's also one condition that may lead to amputation. Once a patient has amputation, their lifespan, their mortality rate is actually very high. So let me just briefly explain what we're trying to do here. So firstly, if a patient has foot diabetic ulcer as shown here, he or she will go to a polyclinic or a GP, a general practitioner, to seek help. So most of the time they will be referred to a podiatrist, and the podiatrist will look at the condition, and one of the easiest way to treat actually foot diabetic ulcer is to minimize the pressure acting on the ulcer, because it's at the bottom of the foot, and when we walk, we keep pressing against the ulcer. So they will actually recommend a total contact casting. Is like a more where you put your foot in, but the uptake rate is very low. Less than 5% of the patients will actually go for this. The second is to go for off-the-shelf diabetic shoes. So off-the-shelf diabetic shoes has a very soft insole, so that when they wear it and they walk, the pressure will be minimized on the ulcer itself. But the problem with diabetic ulcer is that patients also suffer from neuropathy, meaning that the nerve has been damaged in the foot. So when they walk, they don't feel any pain, even as they are pressing against their ulcer or the wound area. So that means that as they go on, because they don't feel any pain, there is a possibility of 30 to 40% recurrence, because they don't feel any pain, they just keep pressing against their ulcer. And that means that the foot will actually become infected, and eventually they will have to go for amputation. So the amputation is actually a very serious surgery for the patients, and normally they don't last more than 2 to 3 years, or even 5 years, up to 5 years. So what we're trying to do is to develop a wearable sensor called a smart insole to help the patient track pressure exerting on the ulcer. And this wearable sensor basically has active pressure sensing elements that's embedded into the insole itself. It has an electronic module coupled with a Bluetooth adapter, and as the patient walks, we can actually continually track the pressure, and through the Bluetooth, we can actually display the pressure acting on the cell phone, and the patient will know how much pressure is actually acting on their ulcer, even if they don't feel it. So this is a movie to show what happens. So this is one of my students wearing the smart insole, and as he walks, you can see that on the smartphone itself, we can actually track the pressure acting on the foot. So if there's an ulcer there and the pressure is too high, we can use the cell phone to alert the patient that the pressure is too high. They have to change their walking pattern or rest. So because of this, and there were a lot of interest, we co-founded a company called FlexoSense, and the idea is to develop this technology to enable the patients to bring this back home to wear it, so that as they wear and we continue to monitor the pressure, the data that we have collected can then be uploaded to the cloud, and then using AI, at the end of the week, we can generate a report that can be sent to the doctor. And the doctor will know this for this particular patient, whether he or she has been taking care of their ulcer. If the pressure has been too high and the patient has not been taking care of the ulcer, the doctor can ask the patient to come back for further consultation. So this is another movie to show you how it works. So we have an app to track the pressure that's acting on the foot itself. So if there's an area where the pressure is too much, where the ulcer or the heel ulcer is, we can ask the patients with clear instructions as to what they should do. For example, for this case, we'll ask them to sit down and rest, and then adjust the shoe before they start walking again. And all these data are then collected, and then a report can then be generated and sent to the doctor eventually. So the second technology I want to talk about is what we call VCare. It's a smart sensor for point-of-care diagnosis for chronic wounds. The first part of the presentation, I was talking about wearable sensors. Now I'm talking about point-of-care POC diagnostics. So in this case, what we're trying to target are elderly patients with chronic venous ulcer. So this chronic venous ulcer actually exists at the lower leg. And these chronic ulcers can actually persist not only weeks or months, or it could even persist for years, which means that almost every week the patient has to come back to the hospital to have their wound cleaned and checked. So this frequent visits to the clinic for dressing change and check is actually creates a burden not only on the patient, but also burden on the hospital and the clinic itself. There's also currently lack of a diagnostic tool for quick analysis of the wound fluid, or we call it wound exudate, to determine whether the wound is inflamed or there's tissue destruction, or there's delayed healing. Most of the time, if we take the exudate, we have to send to the lab for analysis, and it takes a few days before the results are out. And then if it's serious, we still have to ask the patient to come back to the clinic. So we created this VCare, we call it a smart multiplex wound sensor for point of care in situ wound monitoring. So let me play this video to show you the technology that we have. So for this particular technology, as you've seen from the movie, it's very easy to use. What we do is we place this wound sensor onto the wound itself, and within 15 minutes, we are able to collect the data via an app installed either on the smartphone or a tablet. And basically what we're trying to do is to not only track temperature, pH, bacterial infection, but also some of the inflammatory factors, which may be indication of whether the wound is healing or not. And this is actually the data capture analysis app is installed either on the cell phone or the tablet. So we can actually key in the patient's name and some of the bio data. And then as we collect the data on a weekly basis, let's say after 2-3 months, we can actually be able to see whether some of the inflammatory factors are upregulated or downregulated. And that will give an indication whether the wound is healing or not. So this is an app to do the analysis itself. And these are some of the clinical data that we obtained. So the top part shows, the color line shows inflammatory factors that have been upregulated or downregulated, but in general, almost at the end of the 5th or 4th week, you can see that most of the readings are going down, and then at the green ones are actually the wound area, whether they are actually closing, the wound is closing or not. And certainly, when we first published this, there was a lot of media attention to this, by Wall Street Journal, Reuters News, and so on. And one of the reasons why the reporters are interested is because they were thinking that maybe this is a smart sensors that eventually can be used at home. If the patient can do their own cleaning of the wound, then they can actually be able to put this on their wound for 15 minutes, and then the data is captured through an app, and then the data is then uploaded to the cloud, and then, or it can be sent to the doctor, and the doctor will know whether the patient is doing well or not. So this will kind of reduce the healthcare burden because patients do not have to go to the hospital or clinic on a weekly basis. They can just be able to do this test at home. So the third technology I want to share with you is in the area of metaverse. In fact, when we started this research about 3-4 years ago, the metaverse word wasn't very popular. But of course, when we developed this, it's mainly for VR, for virtual reality, augmented reality, or mixed reality, but mainly for health application. So this is called Hep Glove, and we're trying to enable physical touch or feel in the virtual reality world. And this is actually right now being commercialized by an US startup called Microchip Technologies. So this is a glove that we developed. It looks very bulky, but in fact it's the lightest compared to current other technologies. So if you look at this, using this glove, we are able to pick objects, and even, for example, we can use this glove, we can feel heartbeat, or even raindrops that's falling on your fingers. You can actually literally feel raindrops falling it. And you can also feel engine vibration as well using this glove. So this is one interesting application where we have a balloon, we squeeze it and we burst. We can actually feel the bursting of the balloon. And of course, this movie shows you playing archery, where we can actually be able to deploy this for use in a gaming. The other interesting application is interaction. So I could be playing a chess game with someone, for example, in Korea, and I'm in Singapore. We could still play games with each other and high-five and shake hands as well. You can even feel the shaking of the hands. And of course, when we first developed this technology, we are wondering, we are thinking more in terms of using this for training. So if you look at some of these applications, for example, pressing button, we can actually use this, and when you press a button, you can actually feel it. And the other interesting application is actually in terms of objects that are soft and hard. So we did a test on users, and they wear our gloves and they feel the object. They could literally feel whether the object is soft or hard. And this, what we're trying to do is to instill the ability to feel in a virtual environment using such a glove. And of course, right now we are talking about how we can apply this in the healthcare environment. And certainly, the other area we're looking at is also training. For example, the defense are also kind of interested in this area, but there are also other industry, for example, pilot training. They are also interested to see if we can deploy such a glove to train pilots, for example, if they are going to use a new aircraft type, whether they can use a glove to be able to feel and press button or pull lever in a new cockpit panel. Of course, one obvious area is actually entertainment or gaming. But for us, we are more interested in the health application. So we are really talking about how we can use this glove in the health metaverse in terms of health and fitness, medical training, or even telemedicine and consultation. Or even nursing training. Psychotherapy is actually quite interesting. And if you use a glove like this, for example, and you see a psychotherapy, a therapist, and if the person is, for example, afraid of spiders, we can immerse them in a VR environment where there are spiders actually crawling in their hands, and using the glove, you can literally feel that. And that's a kind of application we're looking at. Of course, rehab is the other one. But I just want to cover, just very quickly, one is for medical training. For example, palpation is actually one way where a doctor would touch the body and feel the organs to see if the person is unwell. So using our gloves, we can actually enable the person to feel a virtual dummy. So the dummy could be a boy, a small child. It could be a young adult or even an elderly person. We could actually easily replace the dummy with different conditions as well, different disease conditions. And using the glove, we can actually train doctor trainees how to actually feel to feel and be able to diagnose any certain diseases. So this is actually one application, and certainly AI will play a part because we will actually allow an experienced doctor to use this first and to train the AI that the doctor is doing it this way. And then next we allow the trainee doctor to come in. And if the trainee doctor do it wrongly, the AI can advise them how to do it correctly, because every movement of the finger is actually recorded. And we know exactly what the trainee doctor is doing wrong, and we can actually correct them. The other area is in terms of rehab. So for example, the patients do not have to go to the hospital to do exercise like this. They can actually do this at home. They don't even need to have an actual device or gadget like this. We can actually be able to design different gadgets, then allow them to use the glove to use and then to let them exercise. And again, because we can track their finger and their arms, we will know whether the patient is doing well. For example, if they now do it more quickly, and know they can bend their fingers more, then we know that they are making improvement in terms of their health conditions. So all this exercise that's performed will be recorded, and we can use AI to analyze how well the patient is doing when performing such an exercise. So moving forward, what other sensors that we think will come out of? To me, I think in the future, sensors will actually be embedded in the things that we use every day. Right now we're talking about wearable devices, but when we talk to our elderly patients, in Singapore, many of them are not very tech savvy, and they are not so willing to wear devices to continue to monitor conditions. But if we can embed sensors, for example, in the bed, or even on the mirror, as we see the mirror every day in the morning, if it can scan our face, we can sense whether we're doing well or not. Even toothbrush itself, we can sample saliva and to continue to monitor our condition. And then, for example, toilet bowl seat, this is actually interesting research done by Stanford group. It was published in Nature Biomedical Engineering. When a person is passing motion, or urine, there are actually installed cameras inside that can actually be able to analyze the stool on a regular basis and to see whether the person may have certain problems, either urologically or something to do with their bladder and so on. So these are some interesting technology I feel will come out in the future. Sensors that are embedded in everyday use things. We don't have to wear them, but they are always continually monitoring and sensing us. So let me just conclude by saying that wearable tech and health data, for AI to work, health data, of course, when we collect, must be actually accurate, complete, reliable, and relevant, and also very timely. And I think the wearable technologies we have, we can design them to ensure that there's such data quality. And also by collecting data continually, on a daily basis, AI can actually kind of establish a baseline for each and every individual, because my baselines can be very different from yours. And with that baseline, once our data deviates from the norm, we can probably ask the person to see a doctor, because it could be onset of a disease or a condition. And of course, AI can also explain some of the wearable data that we collected against the activity level. For example, the Apple Watch I wear, if I go for a run or a brisk walk, my heart rate will go up. And obviously, because I'm doing exercise, my heart rates go up. But if I'm not doing any exercise, I'm just resting, but my heart rate goes up, then something is wrong. And we can see whether we need to consult a doctor because of increased heart rate. And of course, data collected is very personal, and AI can actually analyze and provide provide a context for those data that's been collected. Finally, I just want to mention this, that the ultimate aim of using AI in healthcare is not only to improve clinical outcomes, but also reduce healthcare costs, and also to increase life expectancy and health span. Health span meaning the number of years that we stay healthy in our whole life. If it's not going to help us with this, then I don't think we should use AI, because if AI is not going to help us solve all these problems, then there's no motivation for us to use AI in healthcare. But I believe AI can help us at least meet some or not all of these expectations. So with that, I just want to acknowledge my postdocs and students who actually contributed towards developing those technologies that I've presented. And with that, thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Lim, for the very interesting presentation. It's really amazing to see the level of sophistication of AI technology in the field of health. Now, we will once again thank all three speakers for your insightful presentations. And now we will take a moment to organize the seats for our panel discussion for session 2. Please stay with us and remain seated as we prepare for the panel discussion. Thank you. Now we will begin the panel discussion for session 2. But before we begin, I will introduce the chair of session 2, Dr. Jae-Pyung-an. Dr. An is a director of the Research Resources Division of the Korea Institute of Science and Technology. Please give Dr. An a big hand.
Hello, my name is Jae-Pyung-an from KIST, and it's an honor for me to chair the second panel discussion. As well, the three previous presentations were very interesting, and we have 2 more panels today. So I would like to briefly introduce the 2 panelists. So first is Hyunju Jang, Director from Chemical Platform Technology Division of Korea Research Institute of Chemical Technology. And we have Sun-sun Kwon, the team leader from Google in charge of global machine learning developing programs. And I will be seated for this session. So the 2 panelists did not present today, so I would like to hear from about their background first, so that I think it'll be easier for us to understand where they're coming from when they make the comments. So, Ms. Chang, can you please introduce yourself? Nice to meet you. I'm Jang Hyunju from KIST, and I'm in charge of material development. So we use material data to apply AI. So I think it's in the same realm of Professor Han Sang-soo, but the research is a bit different because as for us, so we have a lot of computational data, but as Professor Han mentioned, there's not much data regarding experiment data in material science. So as for us, the material data and experimental data collection and how we will collect that is the area that we are working on. So it takes a lot of time and effort to make the samples and the data sets. It takes at least 1 week to make one data set. So we work on data collection, and therefore we don't have that much data in material science, especially experiment data. Then how are we going to use AI to produce new materials? So we are trying to figure out what AI algorithm we need to use and how we will optimize the algorithms. So that is the research I have been working on, and I'm going to make comments based on that background. So there are a lot of areas that I sympathize with, and so my area of expertise is to collect experimental data for material development, new material development. Thank you. And Mr. Kwon, nice to meet you. I'm Sun-sun Kwon. I work at Google Seoul office, and I'm the lead of global machine learning developer programs. So my team is at the highest level is called the developer relations team. So at the high level, so external, meaning outside of Google, expertise are utilized by. So we help them make new technologies using technologies so that we could provide better softwares and better value to our customers. And so within that realm, we develop a lot of technologies and services using machine learning. So personally, I was in charge. Well, I had a lot of interest in Linux and open source. And when I first joined Google, I usually worked on Android development support activities. But in 2016 in Korea, there was the AlphaGo match. So we kind of foresaw the future. And that's how I became interested in this area. And I don't know, but some of you here may know the TensorFlow Korea community from Facebook. I think some of you may be familiar with it. So if you just look into it, you could see that a lot of Korean researchers and developers are within that community. So after the AlphaGo game, just a day after, so I start to work with Professor Kim to work on the AI area. So right the next day after the AlphaGo game, I created that community, and start to think about, various training programs, and I rolled out various programs for developers. And then I realized how machine learning is important, not only in Korea, but also globally. And I thought, Korea's trials and errors can be spread across the globe. So I stopped working on the Android side, and now I am working solely on global machine learning. And I network, and I do interesting things with global developers and researchers. Thank you. So I think our panel composition, if you think about it, we have one from bio, two from material, and two from IT. So we have a various range of panelists today. So if I wrap up today's session, I think there are two main areas. One is IT algorithm model development. So I think that's one big flow. And the other is research sites, actually creating data and trying to use AI in their researches. So I think there are two big flows. So today, the theme is AI and new science. Then when we say new science, so algorithm development is one side of new science, and using the models inside the lab for the research also is new science. So I think we could have a new perspective for today's discussion. Then at the research sites, in order for us to practice new science, what do we need? So I think there are mainly four things and I asked the panelists to think about these four things. One is the data on the sites. So some people may think that this is nothing, but some people may think that this is very serious and difficult. So what's going to happen to the data? That's one aspect. And second is we are using AI. Then how will AI be embedded into the research sites? That's the second thing. And very briefly, from time to time, it was mentioned that infrastructure is needed in order for us to make everything happen. So then how do these experts see the current infrastructure and what are the limitations they see or they are experiencing? And so I wanted to hear about these things from the AI developer side and the AI user side. So how can we jointly cooperate in order to make new science a reality? So I think that is going to be the direction of today's panel discussion. So first is regarding data. Professor Chang, so you've done a lot of government projects, and you've done a lot of data collection, and I'm sure you have come across a lot of hurdles. So what does it mean for you to be engaged in data collection, and how are you doing it? Okay, so in terms of data collection, standardization is done by applications. So material science, as briefly mentioned earlier, material science deals with various range of products, but in very small quantities. It means that if we want to make something, we need to have a lot of synthesis processes, and according to the formula, the different properties can be obtained. So we have made various standardizations for each of those processes. And also, we have developed a platform in order to upload the data we have created to accumulate them. So we have made a template in a way. So there's a standardized template. And so if people can upload the data, and they are visualized accordingly. But as I mentioned earlier, for each of the data points, it takes at least 1 week to create one data point. So I've been involved in a government project for 5 years in a very limited basic material side, but we only generated 1,200 data sets in 5 years, although it was a pretty big university lab. So 5 years. So actually, it took 5 years for us to extract everything inside that lab to come up with this 1,200 data sets. So we wanted to apply AI, but then so we could not use the way of using AI in the big data. So we had to find a way to use AI for small data. So we had to find new algorithms. Of course, we have IT developers, experts, and we did a lot of collaborations to tackle this. And another thing I wanted to mention was there is this privacy issue regarding data. So one of the speakers mentioned this earlier. So from the researcher's point of view, in terms of collecting and sharing data, research privacy also is a very sensitive issue that needs to be maintained. So you can't just say share your data, because from what I feel, I think it's the same with bio and new drug development in the pharmaceutical side. It's the same with the material side too. Data sharing always comes across data security, like data privacy, propriety issues. So when we collect data in a certain area, so there is a tendency to put silos intentionally to protect privacy of their own data. But we try to tackle that through cooperation. But in case of government projects, I think governments also need to consider that data privacy issue. So there was some more information about the things that you do, and also the security issue that you may come across when you cooperate. Then from the IT developer's point of view, so have you ever come to an opportunity where you had to use data from another domain? What kind of support did you provide, or what kind of obstacles or issues did you come across in terms of standardization? For example, this will not work in. So I want to hear about your experience. Well, on the field, on site, when an algorithm or a model does not work, it's usually because of data. So when we work with the industry, at the beginning of the project, we say, okay, we will provide the data by when, and we will do this by then. So a lot of people approach it like this, but once we embark on the project, usually a little bit of data will arrive towards the end of the project. So we usually end the project with no result. So it means that data collection is that difficult. But industries, agencies, research institutes, they say data is important, and they sound as if they could do something great as long as they have the data. But if you think about how much is invested for data generation, it is not much. And also the researchers and the people in those institutes, well, only few of them are devoted to data collection, and even that is not their main job. So the performance and the quality of data collection tend to be very low. So it seems first important to understand how important data is, but then practically, if we have insufficient data, how can we move around it, work around it? So recently, there is a self-supervised learning to use the raw data without labeling. And that is one way of tackling that issue. And then there is a few-shot or zero-shot learning that only requires very little amount of data. And also recently, I think I saw the biggest potential in, of course, it's very domain-specific, but anyway, I saw the biggest potential in combining the image data with text data. And there was this, something like CLIP, like the pretend models. So text is the main data set in this model, but it has a vast amount of visual information. So if we can use these great quality pretend models, I think that will lead to some good results. And when we solve a specific issue, data shortage is something we cannot overcome. However, the person who wants to resolve that problem, well, the person in that domain need to tackle that issue. So in a way, there is no right answer or there is no solution to this problem. The researchers need to pay more attention to data collection, generation. So it's the same for the students. In the labs, students don't like having to collate data. But, in reality, data is most important. Thank you. So regarding data, if we start discussing about data, then we have to go right all the way to data quality, and it's going to take hours. But let me shift to another area now. So when we say new science, it made me think, before when I studied, so we did like the basic researches, and the industries will take our research result. And that was like the routine paradigm. The corporate side borrowing our knowledge. But then now in the age of data and AI, it seems that the corporate sector is providing the fundamentals, and the schools and the research labs are using their data or their results. So, Mr. Kwon, what do you think is going to happen? Like, who's going to be the subject or the owner in the way forward? Yeah. So at Google, there are a lot of machine learning and AI-related attempts being made. And I want to introduce that first, and then I think I could come back to your question. Well, briefly, I agree with the chairperson, because as Mr. Han mentioned, like the GPT models and the hyper models, all of these are developed in the industry side. So the industry has the data, the resources, and the softwares, and the infrastructure. So, and they use their internal engineers and also external researchers and developers. So software-wise, the TensorFlow software machine learning framework was released in December 2000. And I think it was in about 2017, 2018, JAX, J-A-X, JAX, was also an open source based model. So it's like a one-pipe swap package that evolves around PPU. So that was also provided with open source. So these kinds of frameworks, in order for them to work properly, then separate hardwares are developed, like PPU, for example, like silicon and the TPU. They were developed and they were uploaded in the cloud so that external parties can be used. And also for the researchers, we created the TPU Research Cloud. It's also a TPU program, so an external parties can apply and register. So unless there's any contract, like controversy or conflict, they can use that freely too, and we give them access without that much of a fussle. So if you want to use the resources, you could raise your hand anytime. And also there's some kind of data that can be uploaded in the cloud and that cannot be uploaded in the cloud because of like policies or privacy issues. There are some limitations in using that cloud, but however, those kind of hardwares are being developed and provided. So, and we are working on data development And also, we develop like various codes to look into the literature. And we also open the sources too. It's not only Google who's doing this. A lot of large IT companies are doing similar, making similar attempts. So I think at this point, industry is leading the trend in a way, but as Professor Han mentioned, like Rosetta, what was her name? Rosetta Stone? Rosetta Fold. So in case of Rosetta Fold, a researcher made that without any computing resources or support. So ultimately, I think it's like a two-way support system. And I think that will lead the development in this industry. So there are two main groups, I think, and I don't know how these two groups will, fuse together in the future, but I think we need to, foresee the interaction between the two groups and prepare for it. I was watching the Tesla's AI Day the other day, and at first I was very disappointed, just looking at the robots. I think everybody felt the same thing. So it was like, what? Is that it? But because of just one word, I thought that changed my mind. And that was a robot with a brain and a robot without a brain were explained. The differences were explained. So a robot with a brain, that is a toddler basically. That's only, it's only like 3 years old. So after learning, this robot has a brain. So after learning, it's going to walk better than any of the existing robots. So I think it was enough to give us the insight of the future that we're walking into. And as I heard Mr. Tech Lim's presentation, I thought it was very interesting. And the amount of data that can be produced from your work, if those can be fused with AI, I think it's going to be very powerful. So for example, if we could add a brain into your research, then it's going to be very, very powerful. And I think we may be able to anticipate that. So what kind of science are you trying to develop using AI?
I think we show some movies and also some technology where we can collect a lot of data. But I think at this stage, there's still some hurdle because when it comes to health and healthcare, the data has to be carefully curated. And the reason is because data collected, for example, for a young adult cannot be applied to a child, and similarly cannot be applied to someone who is elderly. And also the data that we collected also can also has to be careful because, as I mentioned, ethnicity is also important. Whether, for example, whether you're Korean or Chinese or Indians, the data we collected cannot be applied depending on what we are trying to use to diagnose or treat the people. And the other thing is also gender. Of course, male, female is also very important as well. And because we also have very different genetic makeup. So when we conduct those experiments, we actually carefully curate the kind of cohort of patients that we want to work with. And then with that data is actually quite limited and applied to that particular community or the cohort of patients that we are trying to help. And so yes, I think the technology we show eventually using machine learning and so on, we want to make things more automated. Like eventually, if it's going to be used at home, a particular wearable technology, it has to be able to sense something is wrong with the patient. Maybe there's the data they collected, there's some deviation from the baseline, as I mentioned. And then they quickly be able to advise the patients or maybe alert the doctor to come and attend to the patient. So that's something we're working towards. Not quite, a device for your brain yet, but at least these are some of the instructions we can give, to the algorithm that we develop to look out for some of these signs. And suddenly also, actually, there's another important aspect that I didn't mention in my talk, which is actually disease prevention, fitness. For example, that one is maybe a bit more easier because we are talking about not diagnosing patients, but monitoring a person's activity, which is actually can be done, for example, through an Apple Watch or some other wearables. And the only problem sometimes where you work with volunteers or users using such devices that the spirit is strong, but then the body is weak. You give some instruction to them what to do, but they tend not to do it. You want them to eat healthily, you want them to exercise, but sometimes they don't react to the instructions or advice given to them. Yes.
감사합니다.
So, actually, we have invited distinguished guests and experts, those who are also in charge of designing policies and setting directions. They are here today. And it would have been better if we would have talked about these issues in the morning when we had other guests as well. So in the plenary session, we had Dr. Kwon Yin-soo present, and he said that, what he said to me was, no, I mean, everything is meaningless. We have to have the infrastructure. That's what he told me in the morning. So while doing these panel meetings, panel discussions, we talk a lot about what's happening at the front line. So in order to realize the things that we've all talked about, we have to think about how much infrastructure we need. We have to have this sense of how much infrastructure we need, what we need, because we can all think about an unmanned, let's say I don't know, vending machine in the future, but we need the infrastructure. So regarding infrastructure, so I believe you've thought about this a lot, running your application, because you will need at least some people to run it, and whether like some people are using like 1,000 GPUs, I'm using only 8 GPUs. So what are your thoughts in terms of infrastructure in designing our roadmap? What should be the direction, and what the institutions and organizations should be doing to prepare for that kind of a future? So regarding infrastructure, well, basically I do computational science, and based on that I do AI. And I know that computational resource is the baseline, but as you say, computational resource is also correlated to competitiveness. So there is computational power, whether if it's a supercomputer, then it's good, it's great. But then so some say, some institutions say, let's use the supercomputer together. Then it will be about sharing. There will be security issues. Then there will be other issues accompanying that situation. So KIST and some supercomputer center, there are those kinds of things. But at the national level, whether we can share like computer resources, whether we have that kind of a platform or framework, and within that framework, whether we can complement any weaknesses, I think that would be the right approach to take as we move forward. And yes, that would be my opinion. So we were supposed to talk only for 40 minutes, and I think 5 minutes are left. And so lastly, I think it's better that we make some closing comments. So anything you would like to talk about for the last 5 minutes, I would like to give all of you equal opportunities to speak up. So I will give you 1 minute each since we have 5 minutes left. So two major pillars have met. There's domain scientists and IT scientists. So in these two pillars, in order to do new science, of course, we could educate people like me and tell me, do AI. That's going to be late, right? Because I don't know anything about AI that much. So at this time point, what can we do for the next generation, for the students who will become the next generational AI experts? And there will be a gap between now and then. So then I would like to ask you, in order to do digital science, what kind of conditions we should make and what we should do, what are the practical things that we should do in order to achieve that goal. So all of you, if you have any ideas, if you could please elaborate for 1 minute each. Thank you. So let's start from the right side, please. Well, recently, Stable Diffusion, maybe you've heard about Stable Diffusion. It's about if you input a word, then an image will be drawn, right? So maybe you know about that. And it's called the Stability AI, a company that created that technology, and that startup also received a lot of funding because of that technology. And so there are a lot of similar technologies, and I believe that this particular technology, when releasing models, they said that this model can be used, this can be serviced. So it was an open source technology. I think that was very meaningful for that startup to do. So when we look back, in AI, people would open up their documents, their papers, their thesis, they share their data, their codes. So in this area, I believe that there will be limitations, but I think many more resources will be opened up and shared between each other through various formats. And I think and then the barriers will be lowered, the limitations will be lowered. So I think innovation is possible. So I think Stability AI can be one of the tools that can help us to achieve that goal. So as we move forward, I believe that further cooperation and any new types of innovation among the researchers, students, the academia, this will be further developed. Thank you very much. So I would also like to emphasize the importance of collaboration. I would like to stress that in material science, we've been applying AI only for the past 5 years. So I hope that AI experts can help us in this material science area, because until now, we are in the initial stage of applying AI into our field. So I hope that more and more experts, AI experts, can help us in this regard. And Mr. An Sang-soo, yes? Because we're doing new science, and that's why some people resist new science. So I think that could be one of the hurdles. And of course, we all know that data is important, but then data collection is difficult. To share data, there are security issues. So then we have to think. So we need to change the way we think. Then maybe we can be a little bit more open to AI. I know this is not easy because sometimes I am resistant as well. At the national level, if we can collect material data together, there are some of those, suggestions. But in reality, some people don't want to do so, even myself. So we need to try to open up to that. And I also once mentioned so maybe we should create this grand task of collecting data by sector, by field, but then who will be evaluating that data collection? So that's why it's not easy to make data collection into let's say, a task. So I think we should change the way we think to do better new science. And it's not easy, of course, but I will try to open up myself. And Mr. Han? I would like to talk about something more negative. And I think that the researchers are a little bit consuming too much, which means that there were too many papers, too many documents. People are writing so many theses competitively, so they don't have much time to do research. They're only spending too much time to write their papers, whether it be Google, Facebook, or TensorFlow, JAX, or PipeRoach, or those platforms. Of course, there are these great platforms, and many people are using those platforms, and it has contributed to the development of AI. But I think the core researchers, I think they're a little bit chained to that platform, meaning that that can also become a hurdle in the development of that field. So I think, of course, everybody has their own role and responsibility, but I think researchers should focus more on the fundamental side, and rather than just being bound to the platform, but they should be creating their own, they should be performing their roles. So not only AI plus X, and those who are using those applications. So through active collaboration, even myself, I will try I think it's better to do more research for those new fields. Thank you very much. Yes, I think this was one. Well, I think being chained to is one of the important keyword in this today's session, because AI can replace everything. So that's, I think, an important keyword. And so I think it's great that we mentioned about this keyword. And lastly, Professor Taek Lim, if you could give your closing remarks, please.
I think to train the next generation of researchers, I think we should adopt a more interdisciplinary approach and also be more collaborative. For example, when we train engineers, we should also get them to also know a little bit about biology, for example, and medicine. I think there's a lot to learn from human nature, from organisms and so on. And I think we can get inspiration of how the body works, for example, and be able to develop better AI in the future.
예, 감사합니다. 자, 이상 그 40분간 저희들 그 굉장히
So we've been discussing about many issues for 40 minutes, and we believe this is just the beginning. And I hope that, and if you have any questions about any issues that were discussed during today's panel discussion, please let us know. And I hope that you can enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you very much.
Again to everyone, the chair, panelists, and speakers for the insightful discussion. Let's give them a big round of applause once again. Today's forum gave us insights regarding the effect of AI on science and technology, as well as our lives. I'm sure the valuable ideas and experiences shared through today's forum will help the development of science and technology, as well as policy building in the era of digital transformation. Now that brings us to the end of today's forum. I hope you found today's occasion valuable in bringing your research to the next level. I would like to once again thank all of you for participating in today's forum despite your busy schedule. I hope to see you again next year. 네, 마지막까지 함께 해주신 여러분들께 다시 한번 진심으로 감사의 말씀 드립니다. 저는 지금까지 진행을 맡은 최지였습니다. 감사합니다.